What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fiction Moon. We've got something special today. What if Harry awakened as a Celestial Runemaster at age 5 and rewrote every magic law in Wizarding Britain? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Saw the First Time Harry Potter Saw the Runes. He was 5 years old and Dudley Dursley had just pushed him into a rosebush. It wasn't the worst thing Dudley had ever done to him. That particular honor belonged to an incident involving a garden hose and Harry's only pair of winter socks, back when he was 4. But the rosebush had thorns, and one of them opened a thin red line along Harry's forearm, and something about the sharp bright shock of it, the sudden clarity of pain, cracked something open inside him that had apparently been waiting a very long time for the opportunity. He lay in the dirt between the rosebush and the garden fence, listening to Dudley waddle back toward the house, already bored, already forgetting. The afternoon sun was doing that thick golden thing it did in late July, turning everything lazy and amber-colored. Harry stared up at the sky through the gap in the fence slats and pressed his hand against the scratch on his arm. And then he saw it. Not the sky. Not the fence. Something behind them, or maybe through them, or maybe woven into them the way threads were woven into fabric. Lines. Symbols. A kind of writing that wasn't writing, a language that wasn't words, running through the wood of the fence and the grass and the soil underneath him and the air above him in patterns so complex and so perfectly interlocked that looking at them was like trying to look directly at the sun. Beautiful. Enormous. Absolutely there. Harry sat up very slowly. The rosebush had runes too. Hundreds of them, spiraling up through the root structure in patterns that felt like growth, like persistence, like the specific stubborn will of a living thing that intended to keep being alive. He could feel what they meant even though he had never seen a rune in his life, even though he was 5 years old and the only books he'd been allowed to read were Dudley's cast-offs, which ran toward comics and football annuals. The meaning wasn't something he translated. It was something he knew, the same way he knew what cold felt like or what his own name sounded like. He reached out and touched the fence post. The runes there were older. Duller. The slow patient grammar of dead wood still holding shape, still serving a function. He traced one with his fingertip and felt something shift, a tiny thing, barely anything, and suddenly the slat he was touching was straighter, the wood fibers realigning themselves along cleaner lines, the post settling half an inch deeper into the earth. More stable. Better at being a fence post. Harry pulled his hand back. He looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at the house, at the back wall of number 4, Privet Drive, and saw the runes running through the brickwork, and the runes in the window glass, and the runes in the mortar, and beneath all of that, deeper and older and stranger than any of it, a different kind of runic structure entirely, something that hadn't been laid by human hands, something that felt like protection and sacrifice and grief all twisted together into a ward so powerful it made his eyes ache to look at it. He didn't know what it was. Not yet. But he filed it away, the way he'd learned to file away everything that seemed important, quietly, without showing it on his face, and he got up out of the dirt, and he went inside to make dinner. The next 3 years were an education. Not the kind the Dursleys were aware of. As far as Vernon and Petunia were concerned, Harry was exactly what he appeared to be, a small, underfed, unremarkable boy who did his chores, stayed out of the way, and occasionally caused minor household disturbances that they attributed to his freakishness and responded to with reduced meal portions. He was careful to keep it that way. But in the cupboard under the stairs, in the 2 hours between when the Dursleys went to bed and midnight, by the light of a torch he'd found in the bin outside number 7, with batteries he'd quietly refreshed by touching the rune of stored energy he'd found running through their crystalline structure, Harry was doing something that would have alarmed every living magical authority in Britain if any of them had been paying the slightest attention. He was teaching himself. It started with the library. The little whinging public library was not, by any measure, an impressive institution. But it had a history section, and the history section had books about ancient languages, and 3 of those books had chapters on runic systems, Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark, the Anglo-Saxon Futhark, and Harry read all of them in a single afternoon while Aunt Petunia thought he was sitting in the corner being quiet and invisible. The human runic systems were fragments. He could tell immediately, the way you can tell when you're looking at a photocopy of a photograph of a painting, the shape is there, the suggestion is there, but the life has been pressed out through too many translations. The runes Harry saw in the world were something older. Something that predated the human attempts to capture and codify them by what felt like a very long time. But the fragments helped. They were like finding the first few words of a language you already spoke instinctively. Suddenly you had names for things, handholds, a way to begin constructing a framework around knowledge that had previously just been raw sensation. He found a book called The History of Symbolic Magic in Northern Europe in a charity shop for 10 pence, which he paid for with coins he'd found down the back of the Desley sofa during one of his cleaning sessions. It was dry and academic and clearly written by someone who had never seen an actual rune in their life, but it mentioned something called Celestial Runecraft in a footnote, dismissed as mythology, the supposed practice of a pre-Hogwarts magical tradition that claimed to read the fundamental language written into reality itself rather than impose symbols onto it from outside. Harry read that footnote 4 times. Then he sat very still for a while, thinking about the rosebush. He didn't impose symbols onto things. He never had. He read what was already there, and then, carefully, thoughtfully, he made suggestions. Adjustments. He'd fixed the crack in the kitchen tiles that had been making Aunt Petunia irritable for months by running his finger along the broken edge and smoothing the underlying structural rune back into continuity. He'd made the garden grow better, not freakishly, not obviously, just incrementally better, the soil runes gently optimized, because it was his job to weed and water it and it was less work when things cooperated. He'd fixed the loose step on the staircase because it made a sound when he walked on it at night and sounds attracted Desleys. Everything he did was practical. Everything he did was quiet. And everything he did was getting easier, faster, more precise, like a muscle he was using every day. By the time he was 7, he could read the full runic structure of a medium-sized object, a chair, a bicycle, a small tree, in about the time it took to blink. By the time he was 8, he'd moved on to larger and more complex structures, the whole house, the street, the overlapping wards and working that covered Privet Drive like geological strata, each layer left by different hands at different times. The deepest layer, the one that felt like protection and sacrifice and grief, was clearer now. He could read most of it. It was a blood ward. Ancient design, brilliantly executed, powered by something that had happened before Harry could remember. It was also, he had noted with the clinical detachment he'd been developing since age 5, subtly flawed in about 11 places, including one significant structural weakness in the eastern quadrant where the sacrificial anchor rune had been laid against the grain of the local ley line rather than with it, which was causing a slow bleed of protective energy that would, by Harry's estimation, render the ward roughly 40% less effective than intended by the time he was 17. He hadn't fixed it. He'd thought about it, run his fingers along the fraying edge of it in the garden one evening, and decided to leave it exactly as it was. Not because he couldn't. Because fixing it felt too much like making the cage stronger. What he had done, carefully, over several months, working in tiny increments so that nothing changed fast enough for anyone to notice, was add his own layer. It was modest from the outside. If a trained ward breaker had walked down Privet Drive and looked at number 4, they would have seen the blood ward, the ministry's monitoring detection web, the mundane electrical and structural signatures of a normal house. They might, if they were very good, have noticed a faint shimmer of additional layering, something they'd probably have attributed to residual ambient magic bleeding off from the living child inside. What they would not have seen, because Harry had specifically written an obscuring rune into the outer surface of his work, was the comprehensive second ward structure he'd built from the ground up at age 8. A ward that recognized him and responded to him. A ward that would, if anyone inside that house attempted to cause him serious harm, make that suddenly and completely impossible in ways that didn't advertise themselves. Not violent. Not dramatic. Just, certain. The door that wouldn't open. The hand that wouldn't raise. The sudden inexplicable compulsion to sit down and have a cup of tea instead. He'd felt quite pleased with that last one. He was 9 when he found the vault. Not a physical vault. Nothing as crude as that. He found it by accident, or what felt like accident. He'd been tracing the deep runes in the oldest tree in the small park at the end of Magnolia Road, a beech that had been growing for at least 200 years, and at the very root of its runic structure, beneath the layers of living growth, he found something that didn't belong to the tree at all. A thread. Old and gold and somehow intentional, laid there deliberately by someone who had known what they were doing, running down through the soil and bedrock in a direction that had nothing to do with cardinal compass points and everything to do with a kind of magical geometry that Harry had only just begun to understand. He followed it. Not physically, he sat under the tree with his back against the bark and his eyes closed, and he followed it the way he'd learned to follow runic threads when they extended beyond physical objects, the way he could trace a word's boundary from a single point in it. The thread went down and across and through, and at the end of it there was a structure so densely and intricately runed that Harry's perception of it arrived like a physical weight, like walking into a room full of sunlight after a long time underground. It was a Potter family archive. He didn't know it by that name immediately. He found the name carved in the deepest foundation rune, Domus Potterus, the House of Potter, in a runic dialect 3 layers more ancient than anything the library books had touched on. It was a repository. Generations of Potters, going back centuries before written records, had left knowledge here, not books, not scrolls, something more direct than that. Compressed runic structures that opened like flowers when Harry touched them and poured information directly into that part of his mind that processed runic language, which by this point was approximately all of it. He sat under that tree for 4 hours. When he came back to himself it was dark, which was going to be a problem with the Dursleys, but he sat still for another 10 minutes anyway because he needed the time to process what he'd just absorbed. The Potters had always had it. Not to his degree. The archive made that clear, in the careful way the oldest entries described a sensitivity to the underlying language that had flickered in and out of the bloodline for generations like a recessive trait, sometimes strong, more often faint. His grandfather Fleamont had had a trace of it, enough to make him a genuinely brilliant potions innovator, though he'd never known what it actually was. His father James had almost none. His mother Lily had it from a different angle, a Muggle-born girl who could feel the runes in spellwork the way musicians can feel the mathematics in music without knowing the theory. But Harry, the archive noted, in the dry analytical voice of his great-great-grandmother Doria, who had apparently been a very precise woman, Harry's awakening had been something the bloodline hadn't produced in recorded history. Full celestial perception. Active interaction. The ability not just to read the fundamental language of magical reality but to speak it, to write in it, to revise it. She had a name for it, recorded in that ancient dialect, Califer. Sky-bearer. The one who reads what was written before anyone knew how to write. Harry walked home in the dark and got shouted at by Vernon for 20 minutes and went to bed without supper and lay in his cupboard looking up at the low wooden ceiling and thinking that he didn't feel very much like a sky-bearer. He felt like a boy with a torch and a blanket who needed to find a way to do his homework tomorrow without Dudley stealing his pencil. But he smiled, just a little, in the dark. The letter came on a Tuesday, which was a recycling day, which meant Harry was outside moving bins before Vernon left for work and he was the one who saw the post drop through the slot. He went through it quickly, bill, catalogue, something from the gas company, and there, between the catalogue and the gas notice, was a letter with his name on it. Not just his name. His name and his address and, below that, the cupboard under the stairs, which made something tighten in Harry's chest that had nothing to do with magic. He pocketed it before Vernon could see, finished moving the bins, made breakfast, made himself scarce. He read it in the park, under his tree. The parchment was good quality. The seal was genuine. He could see the institutional runes pressed into the wax, Hogwarts' foundational ward signature embedded in the crest in a way that was probably meant as an authentication marker and was, honestly, showing its age. The ward work in that seal was mid-15th century at the newest. The letter itself was what he'd expected. Standard. A form letter, really, He could see it had been generated by the school's registration charm, which filled in the student's name and address and the date the letter was sent. Someone had almost added a personal note at the bottom and then stopped, the quill stroke trailing off without completing. The supply list was comprehensive. He read through it twice. Then he read the line at the top of the letter again: "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He sat with that for a moment. He'd known the letter was coming, the archive had included information about Hogwarts, and of course he'd felt the school's registry charm run over him every year on his birthday like a minor ward check, a light touch that catalogued the presence of magic in a child and noted it for future correspondence. He'd been careful not to interfere with it. It was benign enough. But reading the words was different from knowing they were coming. He would leave Privet Drive. He would enter a world that knew what he was, or thought it knew what he was, which was a different and more interesting situation. He would go to a school that taught magic the way schools taught mathematics, with standardized methods and prescribed outcomes, to a castle full of centuries of accumulated runic work he could already feel faintly from 40 miles away like distant music. He was going to have the time of his life. He folded the letter back into its envelope and tucked it in his pocket and let himself smile fully, properly, for the first time in what felt like a very long time. The smile was bright and sharp and promised nothing good for anyone who had plans for him. Getting the Dursleys to allow this had required approximately 3 conversations, which was 2 fewer than Harry had expected. The first was simply telling them about the letter, which produced the predictable reaction: Vernon going purple, Petunia going rigid, the word freak deployed several times in several registers. Harry waited it out with the patience he developed over years of practice and then, when the noise had subsided, said, "There's also the matter of the inheritance." That was what the second conversation was about. Harry had been careful about how he framed this. He'd gotten to the relevant section of the family archive through a secondary thread he'd found running off the main one, a cluster of administrative and financial runes that turned out to be linked to the Potter Vault at Gringotts Bank. He couldn't access the vault from here, that required physical presence and the relevant authentication markers, but he could see the shape of it, the size of it, the ancient weight of accumulated wealth and the interest it had been generating for a decade. He told Vernon only that he'd been left money by his parents. He said it quietly. He said the word significant once, and watched the purple in Vernon's face travel through several interesting shades before arriving at something almost reasonable. "You'll want your schooling," Vernon said, gruffly, staring at his newspaper rather than at Harry. "Yes," Harry said. "Well." A pause. "Get on with it, then." The third conversation was with Petunia, alone, in the kitchen, while Vernon was at work. He had not planned it, but she had cornered him before he could leave, and her eyes were doing something complicated that Harry recognized from the rune of her, because he did see runes in people, faintly, their emotional and psychological patterns written into them the way structural intention was written into buildings, as grief wearing the clothes of resentment. "Your mother," she started, and then stopped. Harry waited. "She always said you'd be extraordinary," Petunia said, looking at the kitchen window instead of him. "She said the gift skipped and doubled, when it doubled. She stopped again. Her jaw was tight. She was so pleased about it." Harry looked at his aunt for a long moment. There were things he could say. He chose, for now, to say none of them. "I'll be back at Christmas," he said instead. "If you want me to be." Petunia's answer was to turn back to the sink, which was as close to yes as she'd been able to get with him for years. He left it at that. He had 1 week before the 1st of September. He spent 3 days of it back in the park under the beech tree, going deeper into the archive than he'd managed before, drawing out everything that might be useful in the immediate term. The archive didn't work like a library, you couldn't simply request a subject and retrieve it. It responded more to need and readiness, offering up what it judged you were capable of absorbing, and Harry had found over the years that pushing it produced diminishing returns. You had to let it teach you at its own pace. But his pace and the archive's pace had been accelerating together in a way that left him slightly breathless, because the further he went into it the clearer it became that the archive was teaching him towards something specific. A completion. A flowering of the Caliphate gift in a direction that the oldest sections of the archive, the ones in the most archaic dialect, kept referencing in terms that felt like anticipation. The Caliphate who comes at the changing, one of those entries read, in his great-great-great-grandmother Ignotus's daughter's hand, she had no name in the archive, had recorded herself only as the daughter of the third brother, will read what was written into the founding of magical law itself, and will find there what the founders mistook for permanence. He sat with that one for a long time. Magical law. Not the laws of the Ministry of Magic, the statutory regulations, the decrees, the amendments upon amendments that Wizarding Britain had been accumulating for centuries. Deeper than that. The actual laws, the constraints and enablers woven into the structure of magic itself, the runic grammar that said this is possible and this is not, the foundational work that determined what a spell could do, who could do it, what the limits of magical practice were and why. He'd touched the edges of this already without realizing that's what he was doing. When he'd fixed the fence post. When he'd built his ward at 8. Every time he'd looked at a piece of existing magic and seen that it was doing something in a way that was inefficient, that the outcome it was producing could be produced more cleanly if the runic structure were adjusted. It was like discovering that the building you'd been casually renovating was actually the most important building in the city. He left the archive on the evening of the third day with the feeling that he'd been handed a responsibility he hadn't asked for and wouldn't give back for anything in the world. He spent the remaining 4 days preparing. He'd already handled certain practical matters, money, for instance. During one of his excursions into the archive's administrative section he'd located the activation rune for a secondary Potter account, a small emergency fund maintained by the vault's own wardwork and accessible through a specific runic token rather than through Gringotts directly. The token was a small flat disk of something that looked like bronze but wasn't, which he'd found in the soil beneath the archive's root thread, clearly left there deliberately. It had been enough for school supplies and a decent second-hand trunk from a charity shop in the next town, which Harry had reinforced and warded until it was essentially indestructible and spatially larger inside than outside. That one had taken him 2 full evenings and left him tired in a way that felt good, like the tiredness after a long run. He packed carefully. Clothes that fit, which was a novelty. The Muggle books he'd found most useful. A notebook in which he'd been recording runic observations since he was 7, which was now 4 notebooks, which all fit in the trunk. A second notebook, new, clean, for Hogwarts. On the last evening, he stood in the back garden of number 4, Privet Drive, in the blue hour just before dark, and looked at the house. At the wards. At the layer he'd built at 8, and the refinements he'd added since, and the deep ancient structure underneath it all that had been burning itself out for 10 years on his behalf. He touched the blood ward's fading eastern anchor gently with 2 fingers. He didn't fix it, he still wasn't going to make the cage stronger. But he stabilized it. Just enough to stop the active degradation. Just enough so that whatever function it still served, it would keep serving, because he understood it better now and he understood that the choice that had powered it deserved to keep mattering. He thought about his mother. About a woman who could feel the runes in spellwork the way a musician felt mathematics. He took his hand away. He went inside, ate a surprisingly unremarkable dinner, and went to bed in his cupboard for the last time. King's Cross Station on the 1st of September was enormous and human and smelled of diesel and fast food and the particular mineral quality of air that moved through large enclosed spaces. Harry stood with his trolley and his trunk and his second-hand owl, a beautiful tawny female he'd purchased on the 4th day with the last of the emergency account, because the archive had 3 separate references to owl familiars as amplifiers of certain types of runic communication and he'd wanted one anyway, and looked at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He could see it clearly. The glamour over the entrance was good work, ministry standard, layered, maintained by a standing ward that automatically refreshed every 48 hours. The runic matrix for concealment was nested inside a permissions ward that read the magical signature of anyone approaching the barrier and either passed them through or turned them aside, and it was doing exactly what it was designed to do, And it was also running about 3 layers of redundant notation that served no structural purpose and were just accumulated there from decades of patch jobs by ward workers who hadn't been confident enough to remove old notation when they replaced it. Harry wondered if there was a polite way to mention that to someone. He walked through the barrier without breaking stride, because of course the permissions ward recognized him, and stepped onto platform 9 3/4. The Scarlet steam engine was extraordinary. Not visually, it was a very handsome train, clearly, and it was doing the nostalgic grandeur thing with considerable conviction, but runically it was something else entirely. The enchantments on it were interesting. Whoever had laid the primary locomotive workings had been genuinely skilled, a spatial expansion ward married to a momentum enchantment married to a concealment working in a way that showed real elegance, the 3 components sharing structural notation rather than running in parallel, which saved enormous amounts of sustained energy. Harry had never seen that particular technique in the archive or in the few texts on magical theory he'd managed to find in Muggle second-hand shops. He stood at the edge of the platform for a moment, reading it, and then became aware that a very round-faced boy nearby was staring at him. The boy had the most anxious expression Harry had ever seen on a human face. He was standing very still next to a large trunk, holding a toad in both hands with the concentrated attention of someone who had recently lost the toad and was not going to lose it again. Harry looked at him properly. Not just at the anxiety, beneath it, in the runic language of the boy's personal signature, there was something Harry almost never saw so clearly: raw, unactivated potential, enormous and dense, pushed down under accumulated layers of shame and wrongness, and you're doing it badly until it sat there like a compressed spring, like a seed under a stone that had never learned it was allowed to grow. "Nice toad," Harry said. The boy blinked. "He keeps escaping." "I noticed." Harry held out his hand. "I'm Harry." "Neville," the boy said, and shook it, and then looked surprised, as if the handshake had been an unexpected outcome of events. "Neville Longbottom. Do you want help with the trunk? I've got a trolley." Neville looked at the trolley, then at Harry, with an expression of someone recalculating whether good things were actually allowed to happen to them. "That would be, yeah. Yes. Thanks." They loaded Neville's trunk together and pushed through the crowd toward the train. Harry listened to Neville talk about the toad, whose name was Trevor, who had an apparently supernatural ability to manifest in impossible locations, with half his attention, and used the other half to track the platform, cataloging the layered ward work and the occasional flash of active magic from children too excited to contain themselves, and trying to find a quiet carriage. They found one, and settled in, and Neville managed to locate Trevor from inside his own jacket pocket, which settled him somewhat. The train moved. England slid past the windows in its late summer green. "Are you nervous?" Neville asked, at some point past Birmingham. Harry thought about it honestly. "No," he said. "I'm interested." Neville looked at him sideways. "That's a different thing." "I know." "I'm nervous," Neville said. "I know," Harry said again, and then, because the compressed spring feeling of that potential in Neville was making him want to say something useful, "You shouldn't be. You're a lot better at magic than you think you are." Neville stared at him. "You've never seen me do magic." "I know," Harry said for the 3rd time, and smiled, and looked back out the window. There was a brief commotion in the corridor, a girl's voice saying something about a toad, asking if she could check their compartment, and then the door opened and there was a girl with a great deal of brown hair and a book under her arm and bright, assessing eyes that took in Harry and Neville and Trevor and the quality of the carriage in a single practiced sweep. "I'm looking for a boy who lost a toad," she said. "That's him," Harry said, gesturing at Neville. "Oh, I found him," Neville said, showing her Trevor. "Oh, good. I'm Hermione Granger." She said it like she expected the name to land somewhere. When it didn't produce a response she adjusted almost imperceptibly. "I've read all the textbooks, obviously. Twice, for most of them. Are you Harry Potter?" She said it without looking at his forehead, which he appreciated. "Yes," he said. "I've read about you." Well, there isn't much specific information, but there are historical references to the Potter family in A History of Magic, and the celestial tradition is mentioned in magical theory in a footnote, though Adalbert Waffling doesn't really. She stopped herself. Sorry. I do that. Don't apologize, Harry said. He looked at her with genuine attention. She had a very different signature from Neville, not compressed potential, but something more like a very fast and very powerful engine running in a slightly wrong gear, all that energy and capability moving at tremendous speed without quite clicking into the thing it was actually built for. What does Waffling say about the celestial tradition? Her eyes lit up like someone had turned a lamp on behind them. She sat down, opened her book, found the footnote. She read it aloud. It was, Harry noted, almost identical to the footnote he'd found in the charity shop book 3 years ago. Waffling had probably been drawing from the same secondary source, but she read it with a quality of attention that made it feel like new information, and when she looked up at him there was a question in her face that was much more specific than anything the footnote implied. Is it true? She asked. The celestial tradition. The reading of fundamental language. Is it real? Harry said. She nodded. He considered how much to say on a train full of first years on the way to a school where Dumbledore would be watching him with those famous careful eyes from the moment he walked in the door. He considered the value of a potential ally who read everything twice and asked smart questions and had the kind of mind that would follow an argument wherever it actually led. Yes, he said. It's real. Hermione Granger was quiet for approximately 3 seconds, which Harry suspected was the longest she'd been quiet since she learned to talk. Then, I want to know everything. I know, Harry said. He was smiling again. He couldn't help it. Outside the window, England had given way to Scotland, and the hills were going purple with heather in the early evening light, and somewhere ahead of them, through the gathering dark, there was a castle full of centuries of accumulated magical law waiting for someone to read it properly for the first time in a very long while. Harry leaned back in his seat and watched the hills and thought about beginnings. Chapter 2, The Weight of Old Names. Diagon Alley arrived the way significant things tend to arrive, without announcement, through an ordinary-looking door. Hagrid had come for him. That had been unexpected, not the fact of it but the man himself, enormous, warm, slightly chaotic, carrying Harry's Hogwarts letter and a birthday cake with pink icing that had survived the journey in a condition Harry chose to find charming rather than alarming. He'd shown up at the Dursleys on the 31st of July with all the force of a natural event, and Vernon had taken one look at him and made the specific kind of noise that means a man is choosing his battles, and by 9 the next morning Harry was standing in the leaky cauldron watching a very small elderly barman greet Hagrid like an old friend. The alley opened from the back courtyard when Hagrid tapped the correct brick with his pink umbrella. Harry watched the wardwork cascade open like a zipper pulled through fabric, elegant old construction, the concealment runes peeling back in precise sequence, and then there it was. The noise and color and smell of it, the magic hanging in the air like humidity, thick enough to taste. Harry stood at the entrance for a moment and just breathed. He could feel it everywhere. Centuries of magical commerce and habitation had saturated the stones of the street with runic residue, layer after layer, like paint on an old wall, and the cumulative effect was extraordinary, complex, dense, sometimes contradictory, old working bumping up against new working in patterns that were occasionally accidental art. A ropemaker's shop had a structural rune for binding sunk so deep into its foundations it had merged with the street's own bedrock notation. A joke shop was radiating amusement runes in a messy enthusiastic cloud that lapped against the dignified wards of the apothecary next door with the effect of a cheerful drunk at a formal dinner. Yeah, all right? Hagrid asked, looking down at him with an expression of combined concern and the barely contained excitement of someone delivering a spectacular gift. I'm great, Harry said honestly. Where first? Gringotts, Hagrid said, lowering his voice slightly. Got something to pick up for Dumbledore while we're there. And, you'll need your money, oh, course. Harry didn't comment on the Dumbledore errand. He followed Hagrid down the middle of the alley and watched everything, filing it away. Gringotts sat at the end of the alley like a statement of intent. White marble, columns, the kind of architecture that said your concerns are small and temporary and we have been here longer than your concept of wealth. The goblin at the outer door bowed them through with the minimal courtesy of someone who has decided that acknowledgement is not the same as welcome, and they went up the steps and through the inner doors and into the high vaulted interior where a dozen goblins moved at a dozen stations with the precise efficiency of people who consider human financial anxiety to be a spectator sport. The rune work in here was extraordinary. Nothing like the archive, nothing like the street. Gringotts had been built on a different principle entirely, its ward structure less like a wall and more like a web, interconnected and adaptive, each node of it linked to the others so that a disruption in one part propagated through the whole and triggered a response. There were threat detection runes embedded in the floor tiles. There were value assessment runes running through the countertops, constantly appraising every magical object that came within 6 feet. There were several layers of something Harry didn't have a precise name for yet, very old, very purposeful, that felt like the runic concept of mind scaled up to an institutional level and made essentially inviolable. Goblin magic. Different from wizard magic in ways that the archive had noted and Harry was now feeling firsthand. It wasn't just technique, it was a different philosophy, where wizard runic work tended to impose or shape or redirect, goblin runic work tended to bind and define and hold with a kind of absolute territorial certainty. Fascinating. Mr. Harry Potter, said a goblin at the nearest counter, without looking up from the ledger he was annotating. Yes, Harry said. Griphook will take you to your vault. The goblin looked up then, briefly, and Harry saw the quick assessing flash of professional goblin attention, the kind that priced things before it categorized them. And the director would like a word first, if you have no objection. It was phrased as a request. It wasn't. Hagrid was redirected to a different section to collect whatever Dumbledore needed, and Harry was escorted, alone, through a side passage he suspected most young first-years were not shown, past security doors that opened for his escort with the quiet certainty of something that recognized authority, into a room that was smaller and significantly more interesting than the main hall. The goblin behind the desk was old. Emphatically, extraordinarily old, in the way that certain things are old, mountains, certain types of oak, strongly held grudges. His name, according to the placard on his desk, was Ragnarok, and he was the director of Gringotts Bank, and he was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on a goblin before, which was an expression of very controlled and very genuine surprise. "Sit down, Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. Harry sat. "We have been waiting for you to come of age to visit," Ragnarok said, steepling his fingers in a way that seemed less a mannerism and more a considered choice. "You are somewhat later than we expected, given the date of your awakening." Harry kept his face neutral. "You know about that. Gringotts is in the business of knowing things with value," Ragnarok said. "A Caliphar awakening is an event of considerable value. It resonates." He paused. "Also, your vault's administrative ward sent a notification flag in 1986, when the emergency fund token was activated. We chose not to act on it. We were curious what you would do." "You've been watching," Harry said. "Observing," Ragnarok corrected, mildly. "We are observers by profession." "And what did you observe?" Something shifted in Ragnarok's face. It might have been respect, or something goblin that Harry didn't have the cultural vocabulary for yet. "That you were careful," he said. "Careful, and patient, and somewhat more capable than anyone currently knows. Including, we suspect, those who believe they know a great deal about you." Harry said nothing. He was beginning to feel the edges of a very large conversation, and he'd learned young that in large conversations the person who spoke least had the most room to maneuver. "There are several matters to attend to," Ragnarok said, and produced a document from a drawer that hadn't visibly opened. The parchment was thick and dense with text and several official seals, and Harry could see the authentication runes layered through it with institutional confidence. Foremost, the full status of the Potter estate. There are accounts, properties, and, a pause that managed to communicate considerable weight, outstanding legal instruments that have not yet been activated because no Potter heir of majority has presented to claim them. "I'm 11, Harry said. You are the last of the senior Potter line, and under the Ancient and Honorable Estate Act of 1623, a minor heir of an extinct senior line is granted provisional majority status for estate purposes upon the activation of their primary magical gift. Ragnar's expression was absolutely, professionally neutral. Your gift activated 6 years ago. The provisional majority status applied at that time. Several people should have informed you of this. They did not. Harry looked at the document. Then he looked at Ragnar. How many accounts? 3 active vaults. A further 7 holding vaults with restricted access pending heir confirmation. 11 properties, 4 of which are under standing lease to parties who have been paying rent to a ministry-appointed administrator since 1981. Ragnar allowed a silence of the specific length that communicated professional disapproval without crossing into anything actionable. The administrator has been receiving a fee of 15% of collected rents. For 10 years. Has he? Harry said. She, Ragnar said. A Madam Marchbanks of the Ministry's Department of Magical Administration. She is otherwise a perfectly respectable woman. I believe she was appointed in good faith. I also believe the fee arrangement was extended beyond its original mandate without the knowledge of anyone who might have objected. Harry thought about this for a moment. Then, I'd like to see all of it. The full accounting. Of course. Ragnar produced a second document, thicker than the first. We prepared this in anticipation of your visit. Another pause. We have been anticipating it for some time. Harry took both documents and put them in his jacket. He'd read them properly tonight. The vault, he said. Can I go now? There is one more matter, Ragnar said. The Potter family held certain legal instruments in trust with Gringotts. The oldest of these predate the current ministry by approximately 4 centuries. They are. He chose his next word with visible deliberateness. Significant. In the context of your apparent gifts, they may be more significant than anyone anticipated. Harry felt something quicken in him. What kind of instruments? Runic legal documents, Ragnar said. Your ancestor Hardwin Potter, in 1453, was one of 12 magical practitioners who drafted what was then called the Compact of Elemental Law, the foundational agreements that defined the boundaries of magical practice in these islands and established the authority of what later became the Wisengamot to legislate within those boundaries. He looked at Harry steadily. One of those 12 was a Caliphor. The other 11 trusted his testimony that the Compact's runic foundations were sound. The documents that established that foundation, the original working, the runic schematics, are held here. In trust. Waiting. The room was very quiet. Waiting for what? Harry said, though he thought he knew. For someone who could read them, Ragnar said simply. And perhaps find the footnotes that the original drafter left in the margins. Harry stared at him for a long moment. He thought about the archive. He thought about the Caliphor who comes at the changing. He thought about the phrase what the founders mistook for permanence. I'd like to see those too, he said. They'll be ready upon your return from Hogwarts, Ragnar said. The summer, perhaps, would be a suitable time for review. We will keep them safe until then. A very small pause. We are excellent at keeping things safe. Harry almost laughed. I'll bet you are. He went to his vault. The cart ride down was long and vertiginous and entirely wonderful. Harry held the front rail and watched the torchlit tunnels flash past and felt the deep wardwork of Gringotts running through the bedrock on all sides, the absolute bone-certain security of it, and thought that he could spend a very pleasant week down here just reading the foundations. His vault was on a deeper level than he'd expected. The door was not what he'd expected either. Most vault doors in Gringotts were impressive in a blunt sort of way, massive metal, heavy locks, maybe a ward plate or two. The Potter primary vault's door was a different proposition. It was iron, black and old, and the runic work covering every inch of it wasn't decorative and wasn't just security. It was documentary. The whole history of the family's magical practice, compressed into the door itself, each generation's primary practitioner having added their notation to the accumulated whole, so that reading the door was like reading a 600-year conversation between people who knew they were talking to their descendants. Harry stood in front of it for a full minute before Griphook's professional patience gave out. "Your hand, Mr. Potter," the goblin said. "On the central plate." Harry put his hand on the central plate. The door knew him immediately. He could feel the recognition rune fire, a warm thing, like a dog that has been waiting very patiently and is now expressing its feelings about that, and then the whole structure unlocked in sequence, the notation cascading outward from the center in the same way the alley's entrance ward had cascaded, but more complex, more layered, and at the very end of it a single deep rune that didn't belong to the family's centuries of accumulated work but sat beneath all of it, carved into the bedrock. Predating the vault itself, glowed a soft and steady gold. He had no name for that rune yet. But he recognized its quality. It felt like being seen. The vault opened. He was braced for wealth. He was not braced for how much of it there was, which was embarrassing in retrospect because Ragnar's inventory had been quite specific. The gold was one thing. The objects were another, the trunks of documents, the shelved collections of magical instruments, the ranked cases of books and notebooks that were the accumulated magical research of 6 centuries of potters and that he was going to need a very large amount of time to go through properly. He took what he needed for school. He took rather more books than the standard supply list mentioned. He took, from a locked inner cabinet that opened to the same palm recognition as the outer door, a small flat notebook with a cover of something that wasn't leather and wasn't parchment and had a faint but distinct runic signature that made him hold it for a moment longer than necessary. His father's handwriting was on the inside front cover. Just a name, Califer's record, started 1971, J.E. Potter. And then, below that, in a different hand, sharper, more precise, "You'll know what to do with it more than I did. LJP." His mother. She'd known about the gift. She'd known it might pass to him. She'd left him a notebook. He stood in the vault and breathed carefully for a moment. Then he put the notebook in his jacket, against his chest, and turned back to Griphook. "Ready," he said. His voice came out steady. He was quite proud of that. They met Hagrid at the entrance hall, who was carrying a small grubby parcel with the careful attention of someone handling something considerably more significant than it looked, and they headed back into the alley, and Harry spent the next hour shopping. It was the most pleasant hour he could remember. Not because of the things, though the things were excellent, and he paid for them without flinching for the first time in his life, which was a quiet revolution all by itself, but because of what it felt like to walk through a world that was made of magic, that took magic for granted, that had organized an entire economy around the buying and selling and teaching and equipping of magical practice. It felt like the opposite of Privet Drive. It felt like a place that had been built for him specifically, which he knew wasn't true and didn't mind. The robes were quick. Madame Malkin's was efficient and her runic work on the standard school robes was competent if unimaginative. Harry let himself be measured and fitted and said very little. He said very little, in fact, until the boy arrived. Draco Malfoy walked into Madame Malkin's with the particular quality of movement of someone who has always been the most important person in whatever room they entered and has never had cause to revise this assessment. He was pale, blonde, precisely dressed, and his rune signature was interesting in the same way a tightly wound clock spring was interesting, enormous amounts of stored energy going in a single direction with tremendous force. Pride. Certainty. The runic shape of a worldview so thoroughly constructed and so thoroughly reinforced that it had become architecture rather than opinion. He looked at Harry with the trained evaluative gaze of someone who had been taught from birth to assess others by their presentation, and something shifted in his expression, a micro-recalculation. "Hogwarts?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said. "First year." Draco settled onto the fitting stool beside him with the ease of ownership. "I'm Draco Malfoy." He said the name the way Hermione Granger had said her name on the train, with the expectation of landing, and Harry gave him the same neutral response he'd given her. "Harry Potter," he said. Whatever Draco had prepared for this moment, it wasn't that. The careful social machinery of his expression ran briefly without output. "I know who you are," Draco said, recovering. "Everyone knows who you are." He paused, recalibrating. "Have you chosen your house yet?" "Thought about it, I mean." "Not particularly. You should be in Slytherin. All the best families," he stopped himself, which showed more self-awareness than Harry had expected. "Not that house matters enormously. But the connections. The people you meet." "Which people specifically?" Harry asked. Draco blinked. "Well. People like, the Malfoy family, obviously. The Parkinsons. The Knotts." He paused. "Not the Weasleys. They're a bit," he made a gesture that was doing a lot of work for someone trying not to say something specific. Harry looked at him for a moment. Not at the social posturing, beneath that, in the rune signature that was more honest than anything Draco was choosing to show, there was something Harry recognized because he'd felt an echo of it in himself once, the very specific anxiety of someone who has been given a version of the world and told to trust it completely and is beginning, at some deep and unexamined level, to wonder if it accounts for everything. "Can I ask you something?" Harry said. Draco looked uncertain, which was probably not an expression he was used to wearing. "I suppose. What happens to your version of things, the houses, the connections, all of it, if someone like me doesn't fit into it?" Draco stared at him. "I'm asking genuinely," Harry said. "Not as an attack. I'm just interested in the answer." A long silence. Madame Malkin moved around them both with her tape measure and her pins as if difficult conversations between 11-year-olds were an occupational norm. "You'd fit," Draco said finally. "The Potters are an ancient house. You'd fit in any house you wanted." "That's not quite what I asked," Harry said. Draco looked at him with an expression that was working very hard to be dismissive and not quite managing it. "You're strange," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed pleasantly. Draco left shortly after, with a backward glance at the entrance that had too much thought in it for a casual departure. Harry watched him go and filed him away under complicated, potentially useful, worth patience. Ollivander's was last. The shop was old in a way that had gone past quaint and become something closer to geological. The runework in the walls was genuinely ancient, not family archive ancient, but close, and it was layered in a way that served two functions simultaneously, which was unusual. It was a ward structure and a record structure at once, every wand transaction that had ever taken place in this shop leaving a faint echo in the notation, so that the shop itself was a kind of memory. Mr. Ollivander emerged from the shadows between shelves the way shadows sometimes produce people when they've been standing still long enough. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said, softly. I wondered when I would see you." His pale eyes were doing the unsettling thing they apparently did, looking not at Harry but through him or possibly at something that overlapped with him. "I see you have your father's eyes, but that is of course neither here nor there. What I notice rather is," he stopped. He tilted his head. "How long?" he said, very quietly. "Since I was 5, Harry said. Ollivander sat down on a footstool behind the counter as if his legs had made a unilateral decision about this. He was quiet for a moment that stretched into something significant. "I have been making wands for 71 years, he said. "I have matched wands to witches and wizards of every description. I have seen gifts I could not account for and power I could not measure." He looked at Harry with an expression that was not alarm and was not reverence but was something between them that Harry didn't have a precise name for yet. "I have never had a customer who could read the grain." "The grain?" "The wood. The core. The intention of the wand itself. The runic signature of the combination." Ollivander stood again, slowly, and moved toward the shelves. "You can read it, yes. You can see what a wand wants to do before it does it?" "I can see what it's made to do," Harry said. "Whether it does it depends on the wizard." "Yes. Yes, precisely. Ollivander was pulling boxes now, but his movements had changed. He was no longer doing the standard measurement and intuition process, he was doing something more deliberate, scanning the shelves with a different kind of attention, moving to a section Harry hadn't paid much attention to, a corner that was slightly separate from the main shelving and slightly more heavily warded. Most wands are made to amplify and direct an existing magical gift. Focus a fire into a beam. A wand for you would be different. A wand for you would need to speak the same language you speak. Not amplify a gift but converse with it. He came back with a box that was longer than the standard wand box, and the ward on it was a personal one, Ollivander's own signature, laid there deliberately. I made this 17 years ago, Ollivander said, setting it on the counter. I couldn't tell you why. It didn't correspond to any customer I had in mind. The materials presented themselves and the construction was insistent. I made it and warded it and put it away and didn't think about it again until this moment. He opened the box. The wand inside was holly. 11 inches, the same as his father's, but the comparison ended there. The runic structure of the wood was the densest Harry had seen in any non-living object, layered notation from the grain out, the wood's own living structure preserved in the coring process, so that the holly was still, in a very real sense, alive. The core gave off a signature he needed a moment to identify, not feather, not hair. A thread of something that resonated at the same frequency as the archive, as the deep bedrock runes of Gringotts, as the single gold light in the floor of the Potter vault. What's the core? Harry asked. The shed thread of a celestial phoenix, Ollivander said quietly. Not a feather. Something older than a feather. I found it in, he shook his head. It doesn't matter where. It wanted to be used. Harry picked up the wand. The effect was not the shower of sparks that Ollivander presumably witnessed at most wand choosings. It was quieter than that and considerably more thorough. Every rune Harry could perceive in the immediate vicinity, the wardwork of the shop, the layered echoes in the walls, the notification wards at the door, the deep old certainty of the building's foundations, sharpened. Sharpened, and aligned, the way a radio finds a frequency, and then sang a single note of absolute clarity. Harry had never needed a wand. He'd been working without one for 6 years. But he understood immediately, holding this, that the relationship between himself and this particular wand was not the standard wizard-amplifier relationship. It was more like putting on glasses you hadn't known you needed, the world didn't change but your access to it became cleaner, more immediate, more precise. It'll do, he said. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment with those pale eyes. Mr. Potter, he said carefully, I don't generally offer unsolicited advice. But? Harry said. Hogwarts will not know what to do with you, Ollivander said. Dumbledore will try to understand you and then, when he can't, he will try to manage you. Certain others will fear you and be guided by that fear. And the ministry, he stopped. You did not hear this from me. But the framework of magical law in this country was built on assumptions that only hold if no one can read the foundations. Harry held the wand loosely. And if someone can? Then the assumptions become visible, Ollivander said. Which is enormously inconvenient for a great many people. He tilted his head. 7 galleons, please. Harry paid. He tucked the wand into his sleeve and picked up his packages. At the door, he turned. Mr. Ollivander, he said. The shop's ward structure, the third layer from the exterior. The notification rune is running its detection matrix in the wrong direction. It's facing outward when it should face in. It'll miss anything that enters from the blind corridor on your left. Ollivander stared at him. I noticed on the way in, Harry said. Thought you'd want to know. He smiled. 7 galleons is very reasonable, by the way. He stepped out into the alley, into the warm September sun. They were nearly back to the leaky cauldron, Hagrid talking happily about Hogwarts and ghosts and a game called Quidditch that sounded extraordinary, when Harry became aware of a presence behind them and slightly to the right. A surveillance charm. Professional quality, probably ministry standard, almost certainly not aimed at Hagrid. Harry didn't turn around. He didn't alter his pace. He let his awareness extend backward along the runic thread of the charm and followed it to its anchor point, a figure in a grey cloak by the entrance to a side passage, maintaining the classic not looking at you posture of someone trying very hard not to be noticed. He sent a very small runic pulse along the same thread. Not hostile. Not a ward, not a compulsion. Just a signature, an acknowledgement. I see you. The surveillance charm dissolved instantly. Whoever was watching folded the magic with quick, practiced hands and stepped back into the passage. Harry stored that away. He was being watched. He'd been being watched, probably, since Ragnarok's notification flag in 86, if not before. He'd expected it. He didn't particularly mind. Being watched and being understood were different things, and anyone watching him at this point was working with a very incomplete picture. That was fine. He had time. He had a school to get to first. Hagrid bought him an owl, in the end, a beautiful snowy white bird who looked at Harry with the specific intensity of an animal making a permanent decision, and Harry looked back and felt the faint runic resonance of it, familiar and complicated, and thought of the archive's references to owl familiars as amplifiers of runic communication and thought, well, there are two of you now. He named her Hedwig, from a name he'd read in a history of magical saints, a woman who'd built a hospital and a library and hadn't apologized to anyone for either. She seemed satisfied with it. They found Hagrid's pink umbrella and the entrance to the Muggle side and stepped through, and the alley's ward sealed behind them with the specific sound of a very old door closing. Harry walked back through King's Cross with an owl on his shoulder and a wand in his sleeve and a dead woman's notebook against his chest and the full weight of a 600-year inheritance in a mental filing system that was already beginning to organize it. He was 11 years old. He was deeply, quietly, absolutely ready. Privet Drive was the same. Of course it was, it had only been a day. The bins were where he'd left them. The beech tree at the end of Magnolia Road was a familiar green mass in the late afternoon light. Aunt Petunia had left a plate in the warming oven, which she appeared to have done while under the impression that this was not what she was doing. Harry ate it at the kitchen table, going through Ragnarok's accounting documents with one hand and turning pages with the other. Hedwig sat on the back of a chair and watched him with the alert patience of someone who has decided that being near this particular human is worth the inconvenience. The accounting was illuminating and then some. He worked through it systematically, the way he worked through everything, and by the time he finished his meal and moved to the proper columns he had a clear picture of what the Potter estate was, what had been managed correctly, what had been managed incorrectly, and what had been managed in ways that were technically legal and thoroughly objectionable. The rent administrator situation was almost certainly unintentional theft by bureaucratic inertia. He wasn't angry about it. He made a note to address it through Gringotts in the summer, which was both the efficient and the correct approach. The other thing, in the documents, buried in an appendix that Ragnarok had flagged with a small professional notation reading simply "C" attached, that he was angry about. Not a hot anger, not the kind that clouded thinking. A cold and precise one that sat in his chest and informed his thoughts without interrupting them. His parents' will. Ragnarok had included a copy. He'd never seen it before. He hadn't known it existed. It had been read and recorded and then, apparently, set aside on the grounds that he was too young to be consulted on its provisions, which he understood on one level and found entirely unacceptable on another. Several provisions had not been enacted. The guardianship clause, the primary one, naming Sirius Black, which Ragnarok had flagged with a second notation reading guardian imprisoned without trial, 1981, see further, that one had been overridden by circumstances. He absorbed that information and set it aside for now, it had large and thorny implications that deserved more than a kitchen table. The provision about his education. That one had been simply ignored. His parents had specified a magical primary education, a tutor, access to the family archive by age 7 at the latest. Not one of those things had happened. He knew who was responsible, the same person who had placed him at Privet Drive in the first place, whose fingerprints were on half the decisions that had shaped his first 11 years, whose careful planning had clearly never accounted for what happened when the variable it was built around turned out to have been studying independently since age 5. Harry closed the documents and looked at the kitchen ceiling. Albus Dumbledore was a great man. He was fairly certain of that, in the same way he was fairly certain the blood ward on this house was good work, it was real, it was functional, it had served a genuine protective purpose. Great men built great things. They also sometimes built things they believed were right and didn't account for what the thing felt like from the inside. He was going to meet Dumbledore in 2 days. He was going to walk into a school the man had led for 40 years and sit at a table the man's decisions had decided he would sit at and be sorted into a house the man had, Harry was nearly certain, strong opinions about. He thought about what Ollivander had said. He will try to understand you and then, when he can't, he will try to manage you. Harry picked up his wand from the table and turned it between his fingers. The runic resonance of it was a constant background hum now, steady and familiar, like a second heartbeat. Let him try, he thought. Not viciously. Just as a simple fact, the way you'd observe that the sky was currently blue. He put the documents away. He carried Hedwig up to his room, the proper one, which he'd shifted into a year ago and warded appropriately so that Vernon's key no longer worked in the lock, and sat on the bed and opened his mother's notebook. Her handwriting was small and clear and smelled of nothing now, all the personal chemistry of it long gone, but the ink held. She'd written in runes, her own notation system, which he could read as easily as English. She'd been trying to articulate something she felt and couldn't quite systematize, the sensation of reading magic beneath magic, of seeing through the surface of a spell to its underlying intent. She'd never had his full perception. But she'd had enough to know what she was looking at when she looked at it. I keep thinking, one entry read, that it's like hearing a song you've always known but never been told the name of. As if the knowledge was always there and the magic is just the remembering of it. Harry sat with that for a while, in the dark, with Hedwig warm and present on the perch he'd built for her, and Scotland somewhere ahead of him in the dark getting ready to happen. He turned to a blank page in the notebook. He wrote, in his mother's runic notation, in the same small clear hand he'd been developing as a deliberate homage without admitting it to himself until this moment, I'll figure out the rest. I promise. He closed the notebook. He went to sleep. 2 days later, he went to Hogwarts. Chapter 3, The Train and the Table. The Hogwarts Express left at 11, which gave Harry 40 minutes on the platform to observe things before the noise and momentum of departure swept individual details into the general. He used them. The Weasley family arrived like a weather event, red-haired, loud, fundamentally good-natured in a way that expressed itself through comfortable chaos. Harry counted them from his position near the barrier, the mother, broad and warm and organizing everyone with the efficient love of someone who has had a great deal of practice, 5 boys in descending order of height, and a girl with the same red hair and considerably more self-possession than any of her brothers, who was watching the platform with sharp observational eyes that reminded Harry of Hermione except quieter and more patient. The youngest boy, his age, freckled, with a smudge of something on his nose that his mother tried to fix and he avoided, looked around the platform with an expression of combined excitement and the specific anxiety of someone who was the last of a long line and was aware of it. Harry had read about the Weasleys in the archive. Ancient family, genuinely old, with a history of magical practice that was considerably more sophisticated than their current reputation in certain circles suggested. The family's runic signature, he could see it in each of them, a shared foundational note that families developed over generations, was warm and flexible and extremely resilient, the magical equivalent of good timber rather than marble. You could do a great deal with good timber. He didn't approach them. He watched and he noted and he thought about the shape of things, and then the train whistle made its opinion known and people started moving. Hermione was already on the train. He'd seen her board 20 minutes ago with her parents, 2 ordinary-looking people who both wore the slightly bemused expression of people whose daughter had exceeded their reference points years ago and were proud and bewildered in equal measure. Her mother had straightened her collar. Hermione had tolerated it with the specific patience of someone who was thinking about something else. Neville arrived at the last minute, slightly out of breath, Trevor secured in both hands, his grandmother behind him, a formidable woman in a vulture-hatted green cap who was watching her grandson with the kind of love that didn't know how to express itself except as expectation. Harry watched Neville hug her, receive several pieces of advice he'd clearly heard many times, and board the train with his shoulders carrying the weight of all of it. Harry followed. He found Hermione's compartment first, because she'd saved him a seat, which she delivered as simple fact without acknowledging the social content of it. He appreciated that. Neville arrived shortly after, Trevor already attempting an escape from his jacket pocket, and the four of them, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and a compartment door that kept sliding open to reveal new people looking for missing toads or empty seats, settled into the rhythm of the journey. Ron Weasley found them around Lancaster. He appeared in the doorway with the straightforward confidence of someone who has learned that the best approach to most social situations is simply to walk into them and work it out from there. He looked at the available seat, looked at the occupants, and said, "Is that seat taken? Everywhere else is rammed." "No," Harry said. Ron sat. He looked at Harry the way people had been looking at Harry all day, that quick flicker to the forehead, then away, but recovered faster than most and moved directly to practical conversation, which Harry immediately liked. "You're Harry Potter," Ron said, without making it a production. "Yes. Right." A pause. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He glanced at Neville and Hermione. "You all friends already, or, we met on the platform," Neville said. "Train," Harry corrected. "We met on the train." Neville frowned. "Was it the platform?" "I thought it was the platform," Hermione said, with the confidence of someone who catalogued memories the way others catalogued stamps. "It was the train," Harry said, and smiled at her. "I remember because you came in looking for Trevor." Hermione opened her mouth, considered, and closed it. "Then, that's actually correct. I apologize." Ron was watching this exchange with the expression of someone who had just sat down at a chess table and was already trying to understand the current position. He was quick, Harry noted. The rune signature was quick, adaptable, tactically oriented, the kind of mind that understood systems well and individuals even better. "So you just got here," Ron said to Harry, "and you're already correcting Hermione Granger." "She corrected herself," Harry said. "I just confirmed it." "He's like that," Neville said, with the tone of someone who has accepted a fact of nature. "He knows things." "What kind of things?" Ron asked. "Most kinds," Harry said. Ron absorbed this. Then he reached into his bag and produced a handful of chocolate frogs and distributed them with the uncalculated generosity of someone who genuinely doesn't think twice about sharing. Harry took one and ate it and turned the card over, Dumbledore, gold-framed, looking wise and twinkling, and set it on the seat beside him without comment. Hermione had been waiting, with impressive patience, for a gap in the conversation. When it arrived, Harry. "Last night I reread the Celestial Runecraft footnote in Waffling. And then I found a reference to it in Hogwarts, a history as well, just a passing mention, in a section about the founding wards. Rowena Ravenclaw apparently consulted a Califer practitioner when she designed the knowledge amplification system in the library." "Did she?" Harry said. He hadn't known that. He filed it away with the pleasant weight of a thing that confirmed what he already suspected. "Yes. The book doesn't say who. But it does say the practitioner described the library's potential as, she'd clearly memorized it, sufficient for its purpose, but locked against the grain of its own foundation, which will limit it in ways the builder does not intend." The compartment was quiet for a moment. "What does that mean?" Neville asked. "It means Ravenclaw built something brilliant that wasn't quite working at full capacity because the runic foundations had a misalignment," Harry said. "Like an engine with a slightly crooked shaft. Everything runs but nothing runs quite right. Can you fix it?" Hermione asked, very carefully, as if the question were made of something fragile. I don't know yet. I'd need to look at it. She wrote something in the margin of her book. He noticed she used a different ink color for notes about him specifically, which was a detail he chose to find endearing rather than alarming. Ron had been following this exchange with the focused attention he probably brought to chess. So what exactly can you do? He asked, directly, unapologetically. Because people have been talking on the platform. About Harry Potter. About what he might be like. And none of the things they were saying sound anything like this. What were they saying? Harry asked. The usual. The chosen one stuff. The boy who lived. Ron shrugged with characteristic directness. Some of the Slytherin lot were saying you'd be trouble. Some of the Gryffindors were saying you'd be brilliant. My mum said you'd probably be, he paused, with the careful diplomacy of someone editing in real time, overwhelmed. She's not wrong about most people in my position, Harry said. But not you? Harry thought about 5 years old and a rosebush and the fundamental language of reality opening up like a flower. He thought about 8 years old and building a ward system from scratch in a garden. He thought about the vault door's 600-year conversation with his ancestors, and Ragnarok's careful eyes, and Ollivander sitting down on a footstool. Not me, he said simply. Ron looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, in the way of someone who makes decisions quickly and stands by them. Okay, he said. What kind of chocolate frog cards do you not have yet? I've got doubles of most of the common ones. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it, it came out genuine and surprised, and Ron looked pleased with himself in a low-key way, and Neville smiled at his toad, and Hermione made another margin note. Outside, Scotland had arrived. The boats were someone else's idea of magic. Harry sat in one with Neville and looked up at the castle as it emerged from the dark over the lake, and what he felt was not the generic wonder of it, enormous, ancient, spectacular against the night sky, but something more specific. The layered wardwork of 4 founders, centuries of additions and repairs and reinforcements, all of it blazing in his perception like a lit city seen from altitude. Complex beyond anything he'd encountered. Contradictory in places, harmonious in others, and shot through with the accumulated magical weight of thousands of students over hundreds of years in a way that made the entire structure feel alive, the way forests feel alive, the way oceans do. He breathed it in. Neville, beside him, was doing his own quieter form of wonder, looking at the castle with the expression of someone who has been told a story their whole life and is now standing inside it. Harry thought of that compressed spring potential and thought, wait, and meant it as a promise. McGonagall met them at the top of the stairs. Her rune signature was precise, principled, layered with decades of institutional loyalty that was entirely genuine and sat alongside a privately held, meticulously maintained capacity for independent judgment. She looked at the assembled first years with the measured attention of someone assessing both potential and immediate problems, and when her gaze reached Harry it sharpened by a specific degree that told him she'd been briefed, had opinions about what she'd been told, and had already decided she would make her own assessment. He respected that immediately. She explained the sorting. She left them to wait. The ghosts were wonderful. Nick in particular, the specific runic quality of a ghost, the ecostructure of a person whose magical signature had been preserved past death, was something Harry had never seen before and found completely absorbing. Nick's signature was as warm and generous as the man himself and also, underneath it, carrying the very specific imprint of someone who had made a single terrible decision and spent 5 centuries making peace with it. He didn't stare, because that would have been rude. The other ghost, the Bloody Baron, was a different matter. His signature was cold and weighted and carrying something so old and so specific that Harry had the impression of something that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite punishment but was the runic shape of a person who had decided to mean something by their suffering, which was a complicated and very human thing to decide. Harry filed them both away and followed the line into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was doing several things simultaneously. It was enormous and candlelit and full of students at 4 long tables who were all pretending to be casual about watching the first years. The ceiling was doing the enchanted sky thing, which was beautifully executed, Harry read the word work in it quickly, a genuine feat of layered casting, the meteorological charm anchored to the actual sky by a relay system that refreshed every 6 hours. Good work. Slightly inefficient relay structure, which was a theme he was beginning to notice. At the head table, the professors sat in a row, and Harry ran his attention across them the way he'd run it across the platform that morning. Quirrell, defense against the dark arts, was immediately and profoundly wrong. He catalogued it fast and kept his face entirely still. Quirrell's rune signature was doubled. That was the only word for it. There was the man himself, nervous and stuttering and genuinely present, and beneath that, through that, something else. Something cold and ancient and deliberately concealed with considerable skill. The concealment was good. It was layered, personalized, clearly the work of something with real power. If Harry had been reading it casually, he might have dismissed the doubling as a typical double-layered signature, the kind you sometimes got with people who had undergone intense magical trauma. He wasn't reading it casually. He moved on, keeping his face unchanged, and reached Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore's rune signature was extraordinary. The man was extraordinary. Harry had known that from the archive, from everything he'd read, from the simple fact of what he'd built and what he'd done, but reading it directly was different. The signature was vast and old and shot through with threads of power that most wizards his age wouldn't have at twice the years, and it was also, very clearly, the signature of someone who had spent decades at the center of everything and had grown, inevitably, into the habit of arranging things around himself. Not maliciously. The way a large tree, growing long enough, begins to determine the shape of the forest around it without choosing to. Dumbledore was looking at him. Not the way the students were looking at him, they were looking at the scar, or the legend, or their own expectations. Dumbledore was looking at Harry the way Harry was looking at Dumbledore. With the specific, careful attention of someone who is reading rather than seeing. Harry met his eyes pleasantly. Dumbledore's expression did something very small and very interesting. His smile didn't change. His posture didn't change. But something in his eyes, just for a moment, shifted, the precise expression of an architect who has just seen someone else looking at the building's foundations. Harry looked away first, for the same reason he hadn't fixed the blood ward. Not because he had to, but because it was the right choice for now. The Sorting Hat's song was pleasant, enthusiastic, somewhat better than he'd expected from a second-hand magical artifact with centuries of use. He listened to it with genuine attention and read the runic structure of the hat itself while it performed, an impressive piece of work, Gryffindor's primarily, with contributions from all 4 founders visible in the layering, built to assess the deep personality signature of its wearer and make an informed placement. He wondered if it would know what to do with him. One by one, first years sat and became things. Hermione went to Gryffindor with a speed that suggested the hat had already made up its mind before it touched her head. Ron went to Gryffindor with considerably more ceremony, the hat taking a long moment that made Ron's ears go red. Neville sat down and the hat spent almost 2 full minutes, which was long enough for the hall to start murmuring, and Harry watched Neville's face during those 2 minutes, the quiet anxiety of it, the private conversation the hat was clearly having, and then the gradual, tentative shift as something in Neville settled into a decision he appeared not to have made but to have arrived at, and the hat called Gryffindor. And Neville's face did something quiet and enormous that Harry thought he'd probably remember for a long time. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went from murmuring to absolute silence in one beat, the way absolute silence works when a very large number of people stop doing something simultaneously. Harry walked to the stool. He picked up the hat. He put it on. The darkness of the inside of the hat smelled of old parchment and magic that had been working continuously for 1,000 years, and then a voice said, in the private theater of his skull, "Well." "Hello," Harry said, or thought, or did the thing that was both. "I've sorted 11,247 students," the hat said. "I have never had a conversation before the placement." "You prefer to just read," Harry thought. "I understand that." A pause. "You're reading me back. You're readable. You're actually very interesting." Gryffindor's foundational notation is here, and Slytherin's, and the other two are more complex than most people account for. Ravenclaw built her layer with an uncertainty structure built in, like she expected the sorting criteria to need revision. Another pause. Longer this time. She did. She told Godric it was hubris to assume a 1,000-year hat would never need to reconsider. He told her the hat would sort as it had always sorted, and she told him she'd encode a question into the foundation anyway. A beat. I've been running her question for 1,000 years. No one has ever been in a position to answer it before. What's the question? Harry asked. What should I be sorting for? The Great Hall was very quiet. He'd been sitting on the stool for what was probably an awkward amount of time. He was aware of it and didn't particularly care. He thought about it honestly. He thought about Neville's compressed spring potential sitting under years of the wrong kind of pressure. He thought about Hermione's engine running in the wrong gear. He thought about Ron's fast tactical mind being called a lesser thing by people who were measuring by the wrong scale. He thought about Draco's worldview beginning, at some unexamined level, to crack. Courage isn't what people think it is, Harry thought. And neither is ambition. You've been sorting for the surface expression of things for 1,000 years. The courage a person shows when they're frightened is different from the courage they show when they're certain. The ambition of someone who wants power is different from the ambition of someone who wants to understand. And where do you go? The hat asked. Not as a challenge. With genuine curiosity. Harry thought about a rosebush, and a torch in a cupboard, and a boy who spent 6 years teaching himself a language older than written history in a house where no one was paying attention. I go where I can do the most work, he said. Gryffindor, the hat said, and then, quieter, the way someone speaks when they're saying something for themselves rather than the room, she was right, you know. It did need revising. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. The table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall, who was looking at the length of time he'd spent with it with an expression he couldn't quite read, and walked to the Gryffindor table and sat between Neville and the empty space that Ron shuffled over to make. What was all that? Ron asked, low and urgent. I had a conversation, Harry said. With a hat. With Gryffindor's foundational ward architecture wearing a hat, technically. Ron stared at him. Right, he said, eventually. I'm going to need more chocolate frogs. Harry grinned. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy, freshly sorted into Slytherin, was watching him with an expression that was trying very hard to be dismissive and had achieved something closer to ruminative. Harry gave him the faintest nod, acknowledgement without theater, and looked away. Hermione leaned around Neville from the other side. The hat spoke to you. I could see you answering it. What did it say? It had a question it had been sitting on for 1,000 years, Harry said. Hermione's eyes went wide. Ravenclaw's uncertainty protocol, she said immediately, very quietly. It's in Hogwarts, a history. Footnote, page 300 I know, Harry said. A pause. Did you answer it? Yes. Another pause. Then, with the specific intensity of someone who has just identified the most important question in the room, what did you say? I'll tell you later, Harry said. After I eat. I'm starving. She sat back. She was smiling, a small real smile that had nothing to do with impressing anyone. Neville was smiling too, at his plate, and Ron had already started in on the chicken. Dumbledore stood and said something welcoming and wise, and the hall ate and was warm, and Harry looked up at the enchanted ceiling, the star-scattered Scottish autumn sky, perfectly replicated, technically flawed, running on a relay system that needed redesigning, and made a private list of everything that needed attention. It was a long list. He found that this made him happy in a way that was difficult to explain and that he didn't particularly need to. The dormitory, when they finally reached it, was round and stone-walled and warm with the specific warmth of fires that had been burning continuously for centuries, the heat soaked into the stone and radiating back. Harry's trunk had arrived, placed at the foot of the bed nearest the window, which he appreciated on practical grounds because the window faced north and he'd be able to read the deep ley-line structures of the Scottish Highlands when the sky was clear. He sat on the bed and let the castle settle around him. He could feel it properly now. From inside, the ward structure of Hogwarts was something entirely different from how it had felt at 40 miles distance. Up close it was like standing inside a very large and very complicated piece of music, themes layering over themes, countermelodies of different traditions, all of it performing simultaneously with the accumulated authority of 1,000 years of continuous magical occupation. There were places where the harmony was perfect, where different layers of foundational work had merged over centuries into something more elegant than any of the individual contributions. There were places where it was a dense and contradictory tangle of competing notation, generations of patchwork repairs laid over original work without understanding why the original work had been done the way it was. And there, deep beneath all of it, in the lowest bedrock of the castle's magical foundation, the thing he'd been feeling from a distance since he got off the train, Rowena Ravenclaw's locked grain. The library's potential. The knowledge amplification system, sufficient for its purpose, but locked against the grain of its own foundation. He could feel it now, the specific quality of it, not blocked, not broken, but misaligned in the same way the Blood Ward's eastern anchor was misaligned, the foundational rune placed against the natural direction of the ley energy instead of with it, so that the whole system was producing about 60% of what it should have been capable of. 800 years. The castle's library had been running at 60% for 800 years. He lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Ron was brushing his teeth at the bathroom sink, conducting a one-sided argument with his toothbrush. Neville had found Trevor again, under his own pillow somehow, and was having a quiet and apparently heartfelt conversation with the Toad about boundaries. Seamus Finnegan, the fifth Gryffindor boy, had been asleep for approximately 90 seconds and was already snoring. Harry pulled his mother's notebook from his jacket. Opened it to the next blank page. He wrote, Hogwarts. Foundational misalignment in the library ward structure, Ravenclaw's construction, approximately 800 years old. The library is running at reduced capacity. The fix is probably straightforward, realign the anchor rune with the ley flow rather than against it, but the structural knock-on effects of a change that deep in a foundation this old would need to be mapped before doing anything. Could take weeks. He paused. First, though. The thing under Quirrell's turban needs to go. He stared at that line for a moment. Then added, in order. Everything in order. He closed the notebook. Tucked it under his pillow. Outside the window, Scotland was completely dark, the stars overhead brilliant and cold, and somewhere in the dungeons a man with a turban was sleeping with something awful under it, and somewhere else in the same enormous building a woman with silver hair was probably awake at her desk, beginning to question what she thought she knew, and somewhere at the end of a long corridor an old man with half-moon spectacles was sitting in his office looking at whatever instrument he used to track Harry. And thinking carefully about what it was telling him. Harry stared at the stars and felt the castle breathe around him, the slow, enormous breath of something that had been doing this for a very long time and had a great deal of room in it for one more person who saw things a little differently. He wasn't afraid. He hadn't been afraid since age 5 and a rosebush and the world cracking open to show him what was underneath. He'd been cautious, patient, careful, all the things that 5 years of Privet Drive had taught him without meaning to teach him. But not afraid. He was, if he was honest, very slightly overwhelmed, not by Hogwarts, not by the magic, but by the specific weight of how much there was to do and how much he wanted to do it and how completely alive that wanting made him feel. He smiled at the ceiling. Ron came out of the bathroom. You're still awake, he said, not accusingly. Thinking, Harry said. About what? A pause. The library's running at 60% of its potential because of a foundational ward misalignment from the original construction. Quirrell is possessed by something I think is Voldemort. Dumbledore knows I'm not what he expected and hasn't decided what to do about that yet. And there are several outdated legal instruments in the Hogwarts ward structure that were embedded by ministry decree in the 1700s and are still drawing authority they no longer have legal standing to draw. Ron stood in the doorway of the bathroom in his pajamas looking at him with an expression that cycled through several distinct phases. "Right," he said at last. "And you're, what, just lying there thinking about all that?" "Prioritizing, mostly," Harry said. "In what order?" Harry considered. "Quirrell first. Library second. Dumbledore third. The Ministry instruments, those will keep." Ron walked to his bed and sat on it with the careful movements of someone recalibrating something fundamental. "Quirrell," he said. "Professor Quirrell. Something is using him. Something that doesn't want to be noticed." "And you noticed?" "I see things other people don't," Harry said. "Not with arrogance. Just as a fact, the way you tell someone you were left-handed." Ron was quiet for a moment. "My dad works at the Ministry," he said. "He talks about you-know-who sometimes. About how things were. What it was like." "I know," Harry said. "You're not scared of him?" "No." Ron processed this. "Why not?" Harry thought about the vault door's 600 years of conversation. About Ragnarok's ancient steady eyes. About a wand that had been waiting 17 years for a conversation rather than an amplifier. About his mother's handwriting in a notebook that had been left for him, specifically, because she knew he would come. "Because I know what I am," Harry said. "And whatever's under Quirrell's turban, it's impressive. It's genuinely powerful. But it's also operating on a model of what I should be that's about 10 years out of date." Ron looked at him for a long, considered moment. "I'm glad you're in Gryffindor," he said finally. "So am I," Harry said. He turned back to the window. The stars were extraordinary. He could see, if he focused, the faint runic impression of the ley lines running beneath the highlands, the deep slow grammar of the Earth's own magic, ancient beyond the archive's oldest entries, patient beyond anything human. He felt Hogwarts breathe around him again. He closed his eyes. He slept, for the first time in years, without the low-level alertness he'd maintained at Privet Drive, the habit of listening for footsteps, for the creak of the cupboard lock, for sounds that meant he needed to be invisible. He let it go, here, in this stone tower in this ancient castle, surrounded by the accumulated wardwork of 4 of the most powerful magical practitioners who had ever lived. He slept like someone who was exactly where they were supposed to be. And the castle breathed, and the stars moved, and somewhere deep in the foundation of the library, dormant for 800 years, Rowena Ravenclaw's locked grain waited patiently for morning. Chapter 4, Laws were made by men. The first week of classes at Hogwarts operated on a principle Harry identified quickly: the school taught magic the way museums displayed art. Everything behind glass. Everything labeled. Everything arranged to be observed from a respectful distance rather than touched. He understood the reasoning. You couldn't hand several hundred children of varying backgrounds and temperaments access to genuinely transformative power without some kind of scaffolding. The scaffolding was necessary. The scaffolding was also, in several specific and demonstrable ways, wrong. Transfiguration was first. McGonagall's classroom was orderly in the way that things are orderly when the person responsible has strong feelings about disorder, not sterile, not oppressive, but precise, everything in its place because its place had been carefully considered. She arrived after the students, which Harry suspected was deliberate, and transformed her desk into a pig and back before anyone had quite settled, and the room went appropriately quiet. Harry watched the transformation. He couldn't help reading it, the rune structure of the transfiguration cascade, the way the object's foundational notation was temporarily suspended and replaced and then allowed to re-establish on the return. Clean work. The desk didn't even splinter at the corners, which transfiguration at speed sometimes caused. She was good. The lesson was match to needle. Standard introductory work. Harry turned his match into a needle in about the time it took to consider the problem and set it on the desk and then looked around the room while everyone else continued. McGonagall noticed immediately. She came to his desk with the measured pace of someone choosing not to react visibly and examined the needle. It was a perfect needle. Not just technically correct, the metal had the right grain structure, the point was properly tempered, and the eye was smooth enough to thread without friction. He'd read the match's foundational rune and rewritten it comprehensively rather than applying a standard transfiguration overlay. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, quietly enough that only he could hear. "How did you do this?" "I rewrote the object's structural notation rather than applying a transfiguration layer," Harry said, equally quietly. "The result is more stable. A standard transfiguration will degrade back toward the source object over time if the caster doesn't maintain it. This won't." She looked at him steadily. "That is not second-year material." "No," he agreed. "Or fifth-year material." "No." A pause in which McGonagall appeared to be conducting an internal negotiation. "I'll need to see a demonstration of the underlying technique," she said. "Not now. After class. And Mr. Potter," she paused with the needle between two fingers, "I would appreciate it if you didn't demonstrate anything else in this particular way during class until we've had that conversation." "Of course," Harry said. She nodded, put the needle down with extreme care, and went to encourage Neville, whose match was currently on fire in an entirely unintentional direction. After class, Harry showed her the basic principle. He took a simple wooden ruler from her desk and showed her the structural rune beneath it, describing its notation the way a linguist might describe a sentence's grammar. McGonagall listened with absolute focus and asked 4 precise questions that demonstrated she understood more of the underlying theory than most people would have, and when he'd finished she was quiet for a moment. "Is this what you do with everything?" she asked. "Not cast spells. Rewrite the underlying notation." "I can cast spells," Harry said. "The standard methods work fine. This is different. It's more direct." "How long have you been doing it?" "Since I was 5. She looked at him with the expression of someone who is adjusting a very large number of prior assumptions simultaneously and finding that the process, while necessary, is not comfortable. Then, with the precision of someone who has decided to deal with facts rather than feelings, "I'm going to speak to Dumbledore." "I know," Harry said. "That doesn't concern you." "Should it?" She studied him. Something in her expression shifted, not softened exactly, but opened slightly, the way a window opens when someone decides the room needs air. "No," she said, after a moment. "I don't think it should." Charms was Professor Flitwick, who was small and enthusiastic and technically excellent, with a rune signature that was quick and creative and showed the specific quality of someone who had spent decades finding joy in their work rather than merely competence. Harry liked him immediately. The introductory charm was Wingardium Leviosa. Standard levitation, second-generation spell work, the incantation acting as a trigger for a pre-written runic construct that every trained witch or wizard carried embedded in their casting vocabulary by the time they graduated. Functional, reliable, reasonably elegant in its original design, though the trigger word was carrying about 40 years of Ministry standard modifications layered on top of the original intent that had made it slightly harder to execute cleanly than the original version had been. Harry levitated his feather on the first attempt without the incantation. Flitwick was in front of him in 3 seconds with the barely contained excitement of a small and very knowledgeable man who has just seen something extremely interesting. "Mr. Potter, without the verbal component?" "The verbal component is a trigger for the embedded construct," Harry said. "I'm applying the construct directly. The intermediary step isn't necessary if you can access the runic layer directly." Flitwick looked at the feather, hovering at exactly the height Harry had intended. It was not wobbling. "Have you tried the spell wandlessly before?" "Without the technique you're describing?" "Yes. Wandless casting is easier than most people think if you know what you're actually building." "And with your wand?" Harry picked up his wand. He levitated the feather, the desk, Flitwick's stack of reference books, and 3 chairs from the back of the room simultaneously, arranged them in a neat configuration, and set them down. Flitwick sat on his own desk. "I see," he said, in the tone of a man who is seeing rather more than he'd expected. Hermione, 2 seats over, had her hand up before he'd finished setting the chairs down. "Can you teach me the direct application?" "I can try," Harry said. "It depends on whether you can perceive the runic layer without the Caliphor gift." Flitwick leaned forward. "Can she?" Harry thought about it. Most people can't read it consciously. But most people can feel it, the same way you feel temperature. You don't need to understand thermodynamics to know something's cold. If you approach casting from sensation rather than mechanics, you get closer to the underlying layer than standard technique teaches. Flitwick was off his desk and reaching for a notebook. "Stay after class," he said. "Please. I have questions." "I know," Harry said. The potions dungeon was a different kind of experience. Snape swept in wearing the dramatic confidence of someone who had perfected their entrance over a decade of practice, and began to speak about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making with the genuine passion of someone who cared deeply about something and had learned to perform caring about it rather than just feel it. Interesting dichotomy. Harry read his rune signature in the first 30 seconds, layered, complex, carrying old damage the way old buildings carry structural repairs, visible to anyone who knew how to look, integrated into the whole, load-bearing in ways the original design hadn't intended. Snape was looking for Harry Potter in a way that was not looking at him. Harry knew that look. He'd seen it in Dumbledore's eyes, the deliberate non-look of someone who is gathering information while trying to appear not to. He understood its purpose. He watched Snape scan the room and not land on him, and noted the specific quality of readiness in the man's posture, and waited. "Potter," Snape said abruptly, turning from the board with the timing of someone who has planned this moment. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The classroom went slightly tense. Harry knew the answer, the draught of living death, a powerfully complex sleeping potion, and he also knew that the question was not really about potions. It was a test. Specifically, it was a test designed to produce either ignorance or performance anxiety, either of which Snape had prepared follow-up responses for. "The draught of living death," Harry said, simply and clearly. "Asphodel is from the lily family, which gives it the base soporific compound, symbolic choice for such a powerful sleeping potion, in retrospect. The wormwood acts as a potency amplifier and stabilizer. The combination produces something with a much longer duration and deeper effect than either component suggests individually." A silence. "The Lily family comment," Snape said, after a beat. "Elaborate." Harry looked at him directly. "Asphodel and wormwood are both associated with death and memory in pre-Christian botanical symbolism. The specific combination appears in several older potion texts as a choice that carries emotional weight beyond its chemical properties. I found it interesting." The silence had a different quality now. Harry watched something move across Snape's face, a brief, tightly controlled thing that was probably not visible to anyone not already watching for it. "Where did you read this?" Snape said. Quiet. Almost careful. The Potter archive had several historical potion texts. I spent some time with them over the summer. Another silence. Snape held his gaze for a moment, then moved on with the clinical decisiveness of someone choosing their battles. "Bezoar," he said. "What is it and why would you need one?" "Stone from a goat's stomach. Antidote for most poisons. I'd need one if I'd been poisoned in a situation where a specific antidote wasn't available. Monkshood and wolfsbane. Same plant, different names. Aconitum. Extremely toxic, used in both poisons and certain pain management potions in highly controlled doses. Also called aconite." Snape stared at him for a long moment. "It seems," he said, with a control that was absolute and costing him something, "that fame isn't everything." "No," Harry agreed, pleasantly. "It really isn't." He turned back to his ingredients and began preparing his sleeping potion. Beside him, Ron was cutting his valerian roots with the determined concentration of someone who had made peace with the fact that this was harder than it looked. Harry nudged Ron's knife angle slightly with 2 fingers without comment, and Ron's next cut was clean and even, and Ron looked at him sideways with the expression of someone filing something away. Across the room, Hermione's potion was already ahead of everyone else's on technical grounds. Harry looked at it briefly and registered a minor ingredient sequence issue that would produce a functional but slightly less potent result than the optimal method. He waited until Snape was at the other side of the room and leaned over. "Swap the order of the last 2 additions," he said quietly. "Add the valerian before the flobberworm mucus, not after. The mucus will bind more efficiently to the primary compound if it goes in last." Hermione looked at him. "That's not what the textbook says. The textbook was last revised in 1972. The optimal sequence was published in a research paper in 1979 and never made it into the curriculum." She looked at the textbook. Looked at her cauldron. Added the valerian first. Her potion went from pale gray to the correct shade of clear lilac in about 10 seconds. She wrote something in her margin notes. Harry was fairly certain it was his name. By the second week, there was a pattern forming. Not a dramatic one, nothing with audience or announcement. It was quieter than that and, Harry thought, more effective because of it. It happened in the small moments, an adjustment here, an observation there, a question asked in a direction that made someone think rather than just receive. He was not performing. He was just, as he always had been, paying attention and acting on what he saw. Neville was the most visible example. In herbology, Neville was a completely different person. Harry had seen this possibility in the compressed spring rune of his potential and had filed it for context, but seeing it in practice was something else. Neville moved through the greenhouse with the ease of someone who spoke the language. His hands were certain. His knowledge was deep and instinctive and went considerably beyond the curriculum. When Professor Sprout asked the class about the specific soil conditions for Devil's Snare, Neville answered in 3 sentences that demonstrated he knew not just the answer but the underlying botany. Sprout looked at him with the expression of someone who has just found something they'd been looking for without knowing they were looking. Outside herbology, the compression returned. In potions, Neville spilled 2 ingredients in the first 15 minutes and spent the rest of the class apologizing to the cauldron. Harry watched this with the careful attention of someone diagnosing a problem rather than judging a symptom. In the corridor after potions, walking back toward the tower, he fell into step beside Neville. "What's different?" Harry asked. Neville looked at him sideways. "What?" "In the greenhouse you're completely certain. In the dungeon you're not. What's different between them?" Neville was quiet for a moment, carrying his bag with both hands, Trevor secured in a pocket Harry had reinforced with a small containment rune 3 days ago. "In the greenhouse," he said slowly, "no one's watching me to see if I fail." "Snape watches everyone to see if they fail," Harry said. "That's his method. It works on most people. Because they care about failing in front of him. Do you?" A long pause. "My gran thinks," he stopped. "She says my parents were the best of their year. Both of them. She says she sees them in me when I do well. And when I don't," he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Harry thought about this for a few steps. "When you're in the greenhouse," he said, "are you thinking about your parents?" "No. You're just doing it." "Yeah. Then that's the answer," Harry said. "The greenhouse is real. The dungeon is a performance for an audience you're worried about disappointing. One of those you're good at." Neville looked at him. That's easy to say." "I know. I didn't say it would be easy to do." Harry paused. "But next time you're in potions and you feel the anxiety starting, just imagine it's a greenhouse. Same plants, different container. Snape's just a particularly irritating weed you don't need to pay attention to." Neville stared at him for a moment. Then something shifted in his face, not a dramatic shift, just a small, private loosening, like a knot being eased rather than cut. "You're strange," Neville said, and it sounded like the nicest thing anyone had said to Harry in years. "Second person to tell me that," Harry said. "Must be accurate." He found the flaw in Hogwarts's foundational ward structure on a Thursday. Not a catastrophic flaw. Not the kind that made the building unsafe or the students vulnerable. It was something subtler than that, which in some ways made it more interesting. He'd been gradually extending his perceptual range through the castle over the first 2 weeks, the way you'd explore a new building, not pushing, just walking through it naturally, letting the awareness come as it came. The flaw was in the castle's primary identity ward, the deep enchantment that allowed Hogwarts to respond to and recognize its inhabitants, to know who was a student and who wasn't, to maintain the living intelligence of the building that allowed portraits to speak and stairs to move and rooms to appear when needed. It was the ward that made Hogwarts feel alive. Or rather, it was the ward that was supposed to do all of that. The problem was that sometime in the early 19th century, he could date it by the style of the patchwork notation, someone had laid a bureaucratic access control ward over the top of the identity ward without properly integrating the two systems. The access control ward was ministry originated, one of several the ministry had imposed on Hogwarts over the centuries as their authority over the school had gradually accumulated. This particular one had been designed to limit certain types of student magical activity, a post-Grindelwald precaution that made sense in 1783 and had long since served its purpose and been forgotten by everyone except the ward structure itself, which was still faithfully running it. The practical effect was that the castle's identity ward was operating through a bureaucratic filter. The castle's responsiveness to its inhabitants, the portraits, the rooms, the ability of the building itself to assist the people inside it, was being throttled by a forgotten access control measure that hadn't been intentional and wasn't doing anything except waste the castle's ambient magical energy and reduce the quality of the experience of being inside it. Harry sat in the library on Thursday evening with his new notebook open and drew the entire system out in runes from memory. It took 2 hours. He sat back and looked at it. The fix was, structurally, extremely simple. One notation revision in the integration point between the two ward layers, realigning the connection so that the identity ward ran primary and the access control ward ran secondary with a verification loop rather than the other way around. 20 minutes of careful work, maybe less. But it was deep in the castle's foundation. An error at that level would propagate through the entire structure. He needed to map the knock-on effects first, which would require reading the full ward structure of at least the castle's primary systems. Which would take time. He was making notes on the mapping strategy when a shadow fell across his page. "You've been in here every evening this week," McGonagall said. He looked up. She was in the specific teacher posture that meant she'd come here deliberately rather than passing through. "I'm mapping the castle's ward structure," he said, gesturing at his notebook. "There are several issues worth addressing." She sat down across from him, which surprised him slightly. McGonagall was a standing-at-desk person. She sat down with the specific movement of someone choosing an informal register deliberately. "Show me," she said. He showed her. He walked her through the identity ward issue, the access control overlay, the early 19th century notation, the practical effect on the castle's responsiveness. He showed her the library's foundational misalignment, Ravenclaw's locked grain, and the relay inefficiency in the ceiling ward and 3 other smaller issues he'd catalogued. McGonagall listened to all of it with absolute focus and zero interruption, which was an extremely McGonagall way of paying attention. When he finished she was quiet for a moment. "You can fix these," she said. It wasn't a question. "The smaller ones, yes, without much risk. The foundational ones need mapping first. And the mapping requires time. And probably access to Hogwarts's ward documentation, if it exists." She was quiet again. "Then, the ward documentation is in the restricted section. It's not restricted because of danger, it was restricted in 1892 by a ministry directive that classified foundational ward schematics as sensitive documents." She paused. The ministry of 1892 is not known for the robustness of its decision-making. "I'll give you access." Harry blinked. He hadn't quite expected that. "Professor, I've been teaching here for 37 years, McGonagall said, with the precision of someone selecting their words from a very deliberate place. I have watched this castle operate at a level I always suspected was below its potential. I did not have the capacity to determine why, or to do anything about it if I could. She looked at his notebook. You're 11 years old and you've identified 4 structural issues in 2 weeks. A pause. I may have strong feelings about that. Dumbledore should probably, I'll speak to Dumbledore, she said. After you've begun the mapping. Some things are easier to approve once they've been demonstrated. He looked at her. The rune signature reading he'd done on their first meeting, principled, loyal, independently judicious, was clarifying. She was someone who trusted facts over hierarchy when the facts were compelling enough. And the facts, at this point, were extremely compelling. There's one more thing, Harry said. It's more urgent. She waited. Quirrell, he said, keeping his voice low. The library was nearly empty at this hour, but the habit of care was valuable. Something is using him. A second presence, very powerful, concealed under the turban. I don't know the exact nature of it yet, but the signature is familiar in a way I can't fully account for. He paused. I think it's a fragment of Voldemort. The name landed the way it always landed in the wizarding world. McGonagall's face went still, the specific stillness of someone who has trained themselves not to react physically. You're certain, she said. About the doubled presence, yes. About the identity, I'm about 90% certain. The signature matches descriptions in my family archive of magical practitioners who've undergone certain types of soul-altering ritual. McGonagall processed this with the focused calm of someone for whom thinking clearly under pressure was a professional requirement. You've told Dumbledore? Not yet. I'm telling you first because I needed to gauge how information moves in this building before I decide the best route. She looked at him with an expression that had several layers to it, most of them difficult to read. You're being very careful, she said. Yes. For a reason. Several, Harry said. One of which is that whatever is using Quirrell, came here for something specific. There's something in the castle it wants. Probably the 3rd floor corridor everyone's been told not to go to. How did you? I can feel the ward work on that corridor from the library, Harry said. It's recent. Very heavy. And underneath it there's a scent in the runic structure that's specific. I haven't identified the object yet. He looked at her steadily. But I will. McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. You're going to tell Dumbledore yourself, she said finally. Not through me. I'll arrange a meeting. Tomorrow morning, before breakfast. Harry thought about Dumbledore's eyes at the sorting. That specific expression, the architect seeing someone else look at the building's foundations. He thought about what Ollivander had said. All right, he said. Tomorrow morning. He gathered his notebooks. At the edge of the library he paused, because something had been sitting with him all evening and he had a feeling this was the right moment for it. Professor, he said. Yes. You said you suspected the castle was operating below its potential. For 37 years. He kept his voice entirely neutral, not accusatory, just precise. Didn't the Ministry Ward documentation seem like a reasonable place to start investigating that? McGonagall looked at him for a long, considered moment. The Ministry documentation was classified, she said. The classification was from 1892. A pause. A very small pause. I know, she said. Go to bed, Mr. Potter. He went. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a spiral staircase that announced itself via a gargoyle, which was either charming or theatrical depending on your perspective. Harry rode the moving stairs at 7 in the morning with his notebook under his arm and looked at the portrait-lined walls and read the accumulated magical signatures of decades of headmasters looking back at him with expressions ranging from politely interested to openly appalled. The office itself was exactly what you'd expect from a man who was comfortable with the idea of being impressive, circular, full of instruments and portraits and silver whirring things, the warm light of early morning coming through windows that faced east. Dumbledore was at his desk, already there, because he was that kind of person. Fawkes sat on his perch and looked at Harry with the specific intelligence of a being that was significantly older than it appeared, and Harry looked back and read the Phoenix's runic signature and felt something that might have been recognition from both directions. "Harry," Dumbledore said warmly, gesturing to the chair across from the desk. "Please sit down. Minerva mentioned you had something to discuss." Harry sat. He put his notebook on his knee and looked at Dumbledore, who was doing the thing with his eyes, the warmth and wisdom and slight deliberate deflection of someone who was very good at being looked at and somewhat less comfortable being read. "I'll start with the more urgent matter," Harry said. "Professor Quirrell is being used by a magical presence that I believe is a fragment of Voldemort. The doubled signature is consistent with what my family archive describes as fragmentary soul magic. He came here for something in the third-floor corridor. I'd like to know what it is." Dumbledore's expression did not change in any visible way. The change was entirely in his signature, a complex, rapid reorganization of the structured calm he maintained at all times, something recalculating beneath the surface with the speed of an extremely experienced thinker encountering an unexpected variable. "I see," he said. "And then, how long have you known?" "Since the sorting feast." A pause. "And you waited until now because—" "I was gathering information before introducing a variable," Harry said. "Specifically, I wanted to understand how information moves through this building before I decided who to give it to and in what form." The pause this time had a different quality. Dumbledore's eyes, over his half-moon spectacles, were doing something considerably more complex than their usual performance of benevolent wisdom. "You are," he said, carefully, "not what I anticipated." "I know," Harry said. "I'd like to talk about that, actually. But the Quirrell issue is more time-sensitive. The object in the third-floor corridor is currently under my protection," Dumbledore said. "Multiple layers of protection, contributed by several of Hogwarts's most capable staff. I believe it is secure. The outermost ward layer has a detection gap on the western approach," Harry said. "It's a construction error, not a design flaw. Someone working quickly laid the perimeter detection rune against the corridor's airflow pattern rather than across it, which means something entering from the western staircase and moving slowly would pass through the detection field before it triggered." He opened his notebook and showed Dumbledore the runic diagram he'd drawn last night. "It's a 20-minute fix. I can do it now if you'll let me into the corridor." Dumbledore looked at the diagram for a moment that stretched in an interesting direction. "You drew this from outside the corridor," he said. "Yes. Reading through the door. Reading through the walls, technically. From the library." Another pause. "Harry. A shift in the register, less headmaster, something more human. I want to ask you something, and I'd appreciate an honest answer." "I'll try," Harry said. Which was more accurate than yes, and Dumbledore, to his credit, seemed to understand that. "Are you afraid of what you are?" Harry considered the question. He thought about 5 years old and the rosebush. The cupboard and the torch and the long quiet years of self-education. The vault door's golden recognition rune. Ollivander sitting down. "No," Harry said. "I was never given the option of being afraid of it. It was just, what I was. From the beginning. I didn't know until fairly recently that it was unusual." A pause. "I know you were planning something for me, sir. A specific role, a specific path. I don't know all the details, but I know the shape of it. And I want you to know that I understand why you made the decisions you made." Dumbledore was very still. "I also want you to know," Harry continued, with the calm steadiness that had been building in him since age 5, "that I'm going to do things differently than you planned. Not because I want to cause problems. Because I can see things that weren't visible when the plan was made, and the plan needs updating." The office was very quiet. The silver instruments whirred. Fawkes made a soft sound. "And if I disagree?" Dumbledore asked. Very quietly. "Then we'll disagree," Harry said. Respectfully. I think you're a great man and I think you've done remarkable things and I think some of your decisions have been made with incomplete information in ways that have had real costs for real people. He met the blue eyes steadily. I'd rather work with you than around you. But I'll work either way. The silence stretched out long and full. Then Dumbledore did something Harry hadn't seen him do in their brief acquaintance. He leaned back in his chair and removed his spectacles and rubbed the bridge of his nose with the specific movement of a man setting aside performance and replacing it with something more genuine. Minerva told me, he said quietly, that you spoke to the Sorting Hat for 4 minutes and 37 seconds. We had things to discuss. She also told me you identified a 19th-century Ministry ward overlay causing inefficiency in the castle's identity system, a foundational misalignment in the library's knowledge amplification ward, a relay error in the Great Hall ceiling, and 3 smaller issues she's asked me to authorize you to address. He put his spectacles back on. In 2 weeks. 2.5, Harry said. Something in Dumbledore's expression shifted again, and this time what replaced the careful management was something Harry hadn't expected, something that looked, beneath the complexity of everything else in the man's signature, like relief. The corridor, Dumbledore said. I'll take you myself. And Harry, he paused. I will need time. To adjust. To revise. I am not, a very slight and very genuine smile, entirely accustomed to being the second most perceptive person in the room. I'll be patient, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said, with an expression that was reading Harry's certainty and finding it entirely believable. I imagine you will. They went to the 3rd-floor corridor together, and Harry fixed the detection gap in 12 minutes, and looked at the door at the end of the corridor and read the runic structure of what was behind it and understood immediately what it was and why it was here, and looked at Dumbledore standing beside him. A philosopher's stone, Harry said. Nicholas Flamel's, yes. And Voldemort wants it. We believe so. Harry looked at the door. Then he looked at the ward structure protecting it, reading it fully now, and saw not just the detection gap he'd already fixed but the broader picture, 7 layers of protection, each contributed by a different staff member, each clever in its own right. And each one, from a certain angle, solvable. These protections, Harry said carefully, are very good. Thank you, Dumbledore said. They're designed to be beaten by a 12-year-old with the right skills. A pause. The logic being, Harry continued, that Voldemort in his current state, fragmentary, parasitic, couldn't get through something designed for a skilled adult. So you made the barrier calibrated for a capable student. Elegant in theory. You see a problem with the theory, Dumbledore said. It wasn't defensive. It was the tone of a man who respected diagnosis. The theory assumes the only people attempting to get through it are either Voldemort or students, Harry said. But Voldemort is currently sharing a body with a professor who has full faculty-level access to this corridor. He turned to look at Dumbledore directly. He doesn't need to solve the puzzles. He can walk through the door and stand at the mirror whenever Quirrell's on duty rotation. Another silence. A long one. I see, Dumbledore said, quietly, and this time the 2 words carried the specific weight of an extremely intelligent man conceding a genuinely significant point. I have a suggestion, Harry said, if you want it. Dumbledore looked at him over his spectacles. By all means. Move the stone, Harry said simply. Tonight. Take it out of the castle entirely, put it somewhere with a single ward that only you and Flamel know the structure of, and let Quirrell search an empty room for the rest of the year. A very long pause. And the protections that 6 members of staff contributed? Dumbledore asked. Were made in good faith, Harry said. But they're also a map. Every layer is a signature. Anyone who reads them knows exactly who to go to for weaknesses. He kept his voice neutral. Moving the stone makes all of that irrelevant. The simplest solutions are usually the most effective. Dumbledore looked at the door for a long moment. The portraits in the corridor, older paintings, castle records, dim figures watching from the edges of their frames, were absolutely still. "You know," Dumbledore said at last, very quietly, "I have been the cleverest person in most rooms for a very long time. It is," a pause, "a more humbling experience than I expected to no longer be." "You're still the most experienced person in this room," Harry said. "That counts for more than cleverness most of the time." Dumbledore looked at him sharply. Then, for the first time, the smile he produced was entirely real, not performed, not strategic. Real, and a little rueful, and carrying in it the beginnings of something that had been rearranging itself since the sorting feast. "The stone will be moved tonight," he said. "Thank you, Harry." They walked back toward the main castle in the early morning light, and Harry thought about what Ragnarok had said about observing rather than watching, and thought that the coming months at Hogwarts were going to be the most interesting of his life, and thought about his mother's notebook against his chest, and felt something settle in him like a foundation stone finding its true level. Behind them, the corridor waited, empty of everything except very good protections guarding nothing at all. Chapter 5, The Architecture of Power. November arrived the way it always did in Scotland, without apology, replacing October's dramatic color with something grey and committed. The highlands outside the castle windows had gone the specific shade of pewter that suggested they'd been this color since the beginning of time and found human preferences about weather mildly irrelevant. Harry barely noticed. He had too much to read. The ward documentation from the restricted section turned out to be 8 volumes of dense runic schematic, hand-drawn across 3 centuries by a succession of Hogwarts ward keepers whose personal notation styles ranged from elegant to baffling. McGonagall had handed them over with a signed authorization slip and the expression of someone who had cleared their desk of something that had been sitting on it for too long. Harry had taken them back to the Gryffindor common room and spent 3 evenings going through them cover to cover. By the end of the 3rd evening he had filled 40 pages of his notebook and revised his estimate of the castle's foundational issues from 4 to 11. Several of these were legacy ministry impositions of the type he discussed with McGonagall, bureaucratic accretions, wards that had been imposed at various points in the school's history and then forgotten, running on ambient magical energy that could have been doing something useful and instead was maintaining restrictions that nobody currently alive had intended. One of them, a monitoring ward from the 1600s, placed during a period of ministry anxiety about dark arts education, was actively interfering with the defense against the dark arts classroom's natural magical conductivity, which explained in part why every data professor in living memory had been terrible. That one he fixed on a Tuesday afternoon without telling anyone, because it was simple and self-contained and the interference it was causing was obvious once you knew where to look. He rerouted the monitoring ward's output to a passive observation register in the foundation and restored the classroom's natural conductivity in about 20 minutes. Wednesday's defense lesson was Quirrells, and Harry went because it would have been strange not to, and spent the whole class reading the doubled signature with the focused attention of someone who has found a very important document and is trying to read it without disturbing the original arrangement. He was significantly more certain now. The signature under Quirrells, the cold, ancient thing that watched the room with its own intelligence from behind the professor's nervous eyes, matched 3 separate descriptions in the Potter archive of a specific type of fragmentary magic. Soul division. The archive's entry on it was written in his great-great-grandmother Doria's clipped analytical style, theoretically possible, practically abhorrent, irrevocably damaging to the practitioner's fundamental magical structure. A divided soul is a diminished soul, and its fragments lack the integration required for stable magical practice. Any fragment operating independently will be, and here the handwriting had changed slightly, as if she'd paused before completing the thought, hungry. He looked at Quirrell's back while the man wrote defense theory on the blackboard and thought about hunger and what it did to a person's decisions. After class, Hermione fell into step beside him with the focused energy of someone who had been waiting for the right moment. "You fixed something in this classroom," she said. Not accusing. Identifying. "The conductivity ward," he said. There was a monitoring overlay from the 1600s blocking it. I could feel it. The change. She hesitated. "Harry, I've been trying to do what you described in Charms. Approaching the casting from sensation rather than mechanics. I think it's working." He glanced at her. How far have you gotten? She pulled out her wand and, very quietly, without an incantation, levitated a small stone from the corridor floor to chest height. It wobbled more than his would have, but it stayed up, and the runic effort behind it was unmistakably direct, no trigger phrase, no intermediary construct. Pure applied intention. He felt genuinely pleased. That's 3 weeks of practice, he said. You know most people can't do that at all. Most people haven't had you explaining things at them, she said, but without her usual deflection into self-deprecation. She said it like a fact. I want to understand more of the underlying theory. Not just the technique. I want to understand why the runic layer is structured the way it is. Why magic works the rules it works. Harry looked at her sideways. That question is going to take you somewhere interesting, he said. Where? Into the question of who decided the rules. She thought about that for the length of the corridor. Then, people decided the rules. Some people decided the rules, Harry said. And some things that look like rules are actually just the way people have always done things, which got written down as rules later. And some things that look like rules are actually load-bearing structures in the fundamental compact of magical law that nobody's looked at critically since 1453. Hermione stopped walking. What happened in 1453? He told her, briefly, about the compact of elemental law. About Hardwin Potter and the 12 practitioners. About Ragnarok's reference to the documents held in trust at Gringotts. He told her the way he told her most things, directly, without hedging, trusting her to follow the argument wherever it went. She followed it immediately. So the foundational law of magical Britain, she said, very carefully, was written by 12 people, one of whom could read the fundamental runic structure of reality, and the other 11 of whom were taking his word for it. Essentially. And nobody has read the original documentation since. Not with the capacity to evaluate it properly. Until you. Until me, Harry agreed. This summer. She was quiet for a moment, running it forward. He could almost hear her doing it, the rapid systematic extension of implications that was her primary cognitive mode. If the compact is the foundation that the Wisengamot's authority rests on, she said slowly, and the compact was written with runic schematics that nobody has been able to verify for 5 centuries, then everything built on top of it is only as stable as the foundation. Yes, Harry said. And if the foundation has errors? Or assumptions, Harry said. The original Calipher's testimony was honest. I believe that. But honest testimony from someone with full perception and a committee of 11 people who had to trust him doesn't guarantee perfect translation. Some things probably got simplified. Others might have been understood correctly in 1453 and then interpreted incorrectly in every legal framework built on top of it for 500 years. Hermione looked at him with an expression he was becoming familiar with, the specific look of someone whose intellectual world has just expanded by a dimension they hadn't known was missing. What are you going to do about it? She asked. Read the original documents this summer, he said. Write an assessment. File it through the appropriate legal mechanism. A pause. And probably cause a moderate amount of institutional disruption. Moderate, she repeated, with the tone of someone who has done the forward modeling on that word choice. Significant, he conceded. She smiled. It was the sharp, bright smile she produced when she encountered a problem worth solving. I want to help, she said. When it gets to the writing and filing stage. I'm very good at writing and filing. I know, Harry said. I was counting on it. The Quidditch pitch was cold and enormous and smelled of grass and damp and the specific mineral quality of Scottish wind. Harry stood at the edge of it on a Saturday morning in November and watched the tryouts from below while Oliver Wood organized first-years into small groups with the evangelical intensity of someone for whom sport was a calling rather than a game. He hadn't intended to try out. He'd noticed the sign-up sheet and noticed that most of the Gryffindor first-years had signed it and noticed that not trying out would be a social legibility problem, so he'd added his name at the bottom without much deliberation. When his turn came, he mounted the broom, a school broom, older model, its charms worn to a comfortable hum, and kicked off, and the moment the ground fell away something very specific happened that he hadn't anticipated. The aerial ley lines. He'd known they existed in theory. The archive had references to high-altitude magical currents, different from the ground-level ley lines, faster-moving and more turbulent. But reading them from the ground was like reading sheet music without hearing the sound. At 50 feet, actually inside the current, he felt them as physical sensation, the warm fast flow of concentrated magical energy, the cross patterns where currents intersected, the specific signatures of each line as distinct from each other as voices in a conversation. He stopped climbing and hovered and listened with his whole runic perception, which he was aware from below probably looked like a first year who had gotten scared and frozen. Then he became aware that the quaffle was in the air. He caught it. Reflexively, because something moving through the aerial ley lines created a runic disturbance he could read as easily as a waving hand, and his body responded before his mind caught up. He caught it with one hand from 30 feet away, corrected course in a way that was less flying and more reading the ley line structure and choosing the most efficient path through it, and came in for the catch with a precision that had nothing to do with natural athletic talent and everything to do with the fact that he was flying through a three-dimensional map he could read perfectly. Wood's voice from the ground made a sound that wasn't quite a word. Harry looked down. Wood was standing very still, which was not his default state. "Do it again," Wood said, recovering. "The snitch, this time." The golden snitch was released and Harry watched it go and read the ley disruption of its trajectory like reading a sentence, and caught it in 45 seconds, and came back down to Wood's expression of someone who has found what he was looking for and is working very hard not to make the face he wants to make. "Seeker," Wood said. "I assumed," Harry said. "You assumed. You released the snitch, not the quaffle." Wood stared at him. "Right," he said, "you're on the team, obviously, first year or not, we're going to win the cup." He was already moving toward the next group, his brain apparently fully redirected to strategic planning, and Harry landed and put the broom back in the rack and thought about aerial ley lines and wondered if there was relevant documentation in the school's ward schematic. There was, it turned out. A small note in the third volume, a brief mention of the pitch's construction specifically designed to sit over a ley convergence point. Deliberately. The founder who'd built the pitch had wanted the ley energy accessible from the air for reasons the documentation didn't specify but that Harry, standing on the pitch the following Monday, was fairly sure had more to do with enhancing certain types of outdoor magical practice than with sporting convenience. He filed it and moved on. The owl arrived on the 15th of November. It came during breakfast, which was when most owls arrived, but this one was not carrying a parcel or a letter from a parent. It was a ministry owl, gray-feathered, official, and it landed directly in front of Harry with the self-important bearing of a bird that knew it was carrying something significant. The letter was on ministry stationery. The seal was the Department of Magical Administration. It read, "Dear Mr. Potter, we have become aware through your account administration at Gringotts Bank that you have recently assumed the provisional majority status afforded to sole heirs of extinct senior lines under the Ancient and Honorable Estate Act of 1623. We wish to advise you that this status carries certain responsibilities including, but not limited to, attendance at the Wisengamot session relevant to the Potter seat, currently held in abeyance pending heir majority. We write to inform you that an application has been filed on your behalf, by Gringotts Bank, for provisional Wisengamot seat activation. We are required by law to notify you. The seat will be considered active unless formally contested at the winter session, December 19th. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Across the table, Ron was watching him. "What's that?" "Ragnarok filed the Wisengamot seat application," Harry said. "Without telling me. Is that bad?" "No," Harry said, after a moment. "Actually, it's excellent. I just would have liked to know." He looked at the ministry owl, which was still sitting on the table looking official. He gave it a piece of toast. It accepted this as its due and left. Hermione had read his expression before he could arrange it into neutrality. She was, he had learned, extremely good at that. What are you thinking? She asked. I'm thinking about timing, Harry said. The Wisengamot seat becomes active December 19th. That's a month away. If I'm going to file the compact assessment, the runic analysis of the foundational law, through the appropriate legal mechanism, the Wisengamot seat gives me standing to do it in the most direct way possible. A pause. Ragnarok timed this. He planned this, Hermione said. He's been planning something since 1986, Harry said. I just didn't know how much of the plan was already in motion. Ron leaned over from across the table. The Wisengamot is the magical parliament, right? And court, Harry said. Legislation, high-level judicial authority, governance of major magical law. They haven't had a Potter seat active for 10 years. And the Potter family was, apparently, one of the founding lines of the original compact. He looked at his plate. The seat comes with certain speaking rights, including the right to submit foundational challenges to existing law on the basis of runic misalignment with the original compact. The table was quiet for a moment. Ron's expression was doing the chess player thing, running the board forward. That's, Ron said carefully, a big move. Yes, Harry said. And you're 11. Provisionally majority status for estate and legal purposes. You're still 11. I know, Harry said. I'm going to need very good documentation. Hermione, who had been very still and very focused for the last 30 seconds, put her fork down with the careful movement of someone making a decision. Tell me everything, she said. Everything about the compact. Everything about the existing legal framework. Everything you know and everything you suspect. She pulled a notebook from her bag, because she apparently carried it to breakfast as a matter of course. We have a month. Let's use it. Harry looked at her. The engine running in the right gear quality of her signature was blazing. He thought that this exact moment, Hermione Granger putting a notebook on a breakfast table and making a decision, was the gear she'd been looking for without knowing it. All right, he said, and told her everything. The conversation with Dumbledore happened on a Wednesday evening, requested through McGonagall, who delivered the summons with the expression of someone who has decided to trust a process she isn't entirely certain about. Harry went after dinner, alone, notebook in hand. The stone had been moved the week after their corridor conversation. Dumbledore had said nothing about it publicly, and neither had Harry. The third-floor corridor still had its protections, still had its forbidding atmosphere, and presumably whatever was using Quirrell was still looking. Let it look. Quirrell himself had been increasingly agitated through November. Harry tracked the doubled signature daily with the careful attention of a doctor monitoring a patient, not because he needed to do anything yet, but because he needed to know when the situation changed. Dumbledore was waiting with tea, which was his version of setting a register. Harry sat and poured his own and looked at the headmaster across the desk and thought that they had arrived, over the course of 6 weeks, at something that wasn't quite trust and wasn't quite alliance but was considerably more honest than either of them had probably expected. You look like you have several things to discuss, Dumbledore said. The Wisengamot seat first, Harry said. Then the prophecy. The quality of silence in the room shifted immediately and significantly. You know about the prophecy, Dumbledore said. Very carefully. I know it exists, Harry said. I know it was made about me, or someone who matched my description. I know you've been structuring your approach to me, at least partly, around its content. He looked at the headmaster steadily. I'd like to know what it says. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The window behind him showed the dark November sky over the grounds, Hagrid's hut lit warmly at the edge of the forest. The silver instrument's word. Fawkes slept on his perch, or appeared to. The prophecy, Dumbledore said at last, describes a child born as the 7th month dies, to parents who have thrice defied him, Voldemort, with power he knows not, who will have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. And it ends, neither can live while the other survives. The office was very quiet. Harry processed it. He'd known the shape of it, The archive had indirect references, the runic echo of a prophecies making visible in certain ways to someone who could read foundational magic. But hearing the actual words was different. The power he knows not, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. I had theories. Over the years, several theories. A pause. I confess that none of them accounted for celestial runecraft. No, Harry said. They wouldn't have. Because nobody has had it for a long time. He thought about this. The prophecy is real. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But the framing matters. He looked at Dumbledore directly. It says the power to vanquish. It doesn't say chosen sacrifice. It doesn't say must die for it to work. It says power he doesn't know about. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression. You were considering a different interpretation, Harry said quietly. Not accusingly. One where I might need to die to fulfill it. The silence that followed was one of the longest Harry had experienced. Dumbledore did not look away. He held Harry's gaze with the specific difficulty of someone who is being seen in a way they had not consented to and has decided, on reflection, that this is appropriate. It was a possibility I could not dismiss, Dumbledore said finally. The manner in which Voldemort's killing curse failed, the nature of your survival, suggested that Lily's sacrifice had made you a vessel of something. That in the final confrontation, the vessel might need to be broken, Harry said. Yes. To release whatever it carried. The love magic. The protection. A pause. Yes. Harry thought about the vault door glowing gold. About his mother's notebook. About the line he'd written, I'll figure out the rest. I promise. Here's what I can tell you, Harry said, with the calm certainty that came not from performance but from actually having read the relevant material. There is a runic structure in me. Something that was written into my magical core on the night Voldemort attacked. I've been reading it for years. It's not a vessel of love magic in the way you're describing. It's more like a bookmark. A mark of connection. He paused. It connects me to him. Or to whatever's left of him. The same connection that links his remaining soul fragments to each other. Dumbledore was very still. He made several of them, Harry said. Soul fragments. Stored in objects. I don't know how many or where they are. But the thing in my runic core isn't a weapon waiting to be released. It's a thread. And a thread can be cut. He met Dumbledore's eyes. Without cutting me. The silence stretched out enormous and full. You're certain, Dumbledore said. Very quietly. I'm certain about the nature of the runic mark. I'm not certain about the cutting yet. That requires access to the compact documentation this summer, and probably also finding the other fragments, because the thread network needs to be understood as a whole before pulling on any individual strand. He kept his voice steady. But I'm telling you this now because you need to stop building your plans around the possibility that I need to die. Another long pause. Dumbledore was doing something Harry hadn't seen him do before, nothing. Just sitting with the weight of the thing being said. No performance, no management, no careful placement of response. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said at last. Not yet, Harry said. When it's over, maybe. Right now I just need you to work with the correct information. Dumbledore took his spectacles off and put them on the desk and looked at Harry without them for a moment, which somehow made him look significantly more human. The Wizengamot seat, he said. What are you planning? To sit in it, Harry said. And to file a foundational challenge to several existing laws that I believe are built on misreadings of the original compact. He paused. Specifically, the bloodline inheritance laws, the restriction on non-wand magical practice, the ministry's authority to classify and restrict runic documentation, and the standing contracts that allow the Wizengamot to amend foundational law without a full runic review. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long moment. That, he said, will cause considerable disruption. Yes, Harry said. The disruption is partly the point. The laws I'm challenging are actively harmful to people. The bloodline inheritance laws affect hundreds of families. The restriction on non-wand practice disadvantages every magical practitioner who works outside the wand tradition, and there are more of those than most of Wizarding Britain acknowledges. He picked up his tea and drank it. The disruption is the mechanism. The laws changing is the goal. You have documentation, Dumbledore said. He said it like a statement but with a question underneath it. Hermione is helping me write it. We'll have a complete runic assessment of the relevant laws by December 17th. Cross-referenced against the original compact documentation, which I'll read this summer and which Ragnarok has presumably already reviewed and found worth filing a seat application over. Harry put down his tea. It'll be solid. Dumbledore picked up his spectacles and put them back on. There are people in the Wizengamot who will oppose this, he said. Vigorously. With resources and connections and no particular commitment to fair play. I know, Harry said. Who are the ones I should be most careful about? Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that had several layers of complexity in it, most of them having to do with the specific experience of finding yourself being enlisted rather than managed. Lucius Malfoy, he said, after a moment. He holds 3 proxy seats on inactive family lines. He will see a Potter foundational challenge as an existential threat to several systems that benefit him personally. Draco's father, Harry said. Yes. Harry thought about Draco in Madame Malkin's, the tightly wound clock spring energy of him, the worldview beginning to crack at some unexamined level. He thought about the conversation he'd had with him since then, 3 times, in corridors, brief and careful, the way you test ice before putting weight on it. Each time Draco had been slightly less performative than the time before, like a window opening in increments. Who else? Harry asked. Dumbledore gave him 4 names. Harry wrote them down, reading the headmaster's tone as he spoke each one, noting which names carried institutional concern and which carried personal history. Analyze? Harry asked. You have more than you know, Dumbledore said. Many families who don't speak loudly in the Wizengamot have been waiting for the political landscape to shift. The Longbottoms, Neville's family has a seat. His grandmother Augusta is, he paused. Difficult. But fundamentally principled. If the documentation is as solid as you describe, she'll vote correctly. Harry thought about Neville's grandmother in her vulture hat, watching her grandson board the train. The enormous compressed love of someone who didn't know how to be soft. She'll vote correctly, he agreed. He stood to leave. At the door he turned back, because there was one more thing, and it was the thing he'd been most uncertain about raising. The Sirius Black situation, he said. The shift in Dumbledore's signature was immediate and specific. Harry, he was my parents' friend. He was my designated guardian under their will. He was imprisoned without trial. Harry kept his voice steady. I know you didn't arrange his imprisonment. I know the circumstances of that night were extraordinary. But he's been in Azkaban for 10 years for a crime he may not have committed, and nobody has looked at it. The evidence was, there was no trial, Harry said. There's no conviction. There's a man in Azkaban because the system was moving too fast to stop and ask questions. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I'm asking you to look at it. Properly. That's all I'm asking right now. A long, weighted silence. I'll look at it, Dumbledore said. Very quietly. Harry nodded and left. He walked back through the castle with the specific feeling of someone who has had a conversation they've been building toward for months and found it landed where it needed to land. Not perfectly. Not cleanly. The world was not going to rearrange itself overnight. But something had shifted, the relationship between himself and the most powerful wizard in Britain had moved from a chessboard dynamic, where one side was a piece being moved, to something more like 2 people actually playing the same game. It was a start. December arrived. Hermione's documentation was extraordinary. She had taken Harry's runic analysis, his identification of the specific laws that misrepresented the compact's foundational text, and built around it a legal framework so comprehensive and so precisely argued that Harry read the first draft and felt the specific satisfaction of watching someone do something they were genuinely built for. She'd cross-referenced every statute against the compact's known interpretive history. She'd identified where the misreadings had occurred, traced them forward through centuries of accumulated legal decisions, and charted precisely who was affected and how. "This is better than my analysis," Harry said, reading it. "Your analysis is the foundation," Hermione said, without false modesty. "This is just the building. It's a very good building." "I know," she said, and this time she smiled without hedging. Neville read it too, sitting by the common room fire on a Sunday afternoon, and looked up at Harry when he finished the summary section with an expression that had something new in it, not just the warmth of friendship, but the specific quality of someone deciding to be part of something. "My Gran has the Longbottom Wisengamot seat," he said. "She goes to every session. Every single one. She says it's a duty." He paused. "Can I send her the documentation?" Harry looked at him. "You'd ask her to vote with us on this? Knowing she'll have questions." "She'll have a lot of questions," Neville said. "She'll also read it properly. And if it's right, she'll vote right. That's how she is." He looked down at the pages. "The bit about non-wand magical traditions, that's actually about people like, there are families who practice differently. Who don't fit the standard model. Who've been penalized for it." He looked up. "That matters." "Yes," Harry said. "It does." "Send it to her," Hermione said. "With a cover letter from Harry. And one from me, if that helps." "She'll want to know who wrote the runic analysis," Neville said. "Harry did," Hermione said. "She'll want to meet him," Neville said. He looked at Harry with the small smile of someone who has survived their grandmother's expectations long enough to be able to predict them with some accuracy. "Don't worry. She doesn't bite." "I'm not worried," Harry said. Neville laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and easy, quite different from the nervous laugh he'd had at the start of term. "Of course you're not," he said. Ron found him in the library on the 14th of December, 4 days before the Wisengamot session. This was unusual. Ron's relationship with the library was one of mutual tolerance. He used it when he had to, and the library accepted this without enthusiasm. His arriving voluntarily at 11 on a Tuesday night, while Harry was working, meant something specific. He sat down across from Harry and looked at the table and then looked up with the expression of someone who has been thinking about something for a while and has decided that thinking about it is less useful than saying it. "My dad is in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Ron said. "I know," Harry said. "He's heard things. About the seat activation. About the foundational challenge." Ron paused. "He says there are people at the ministry who are very worried. Not the normal kind of worried. The kind that makes people start having quiet meetings." Harry looked at him. "What kind of people?" "The kind who benefit from the current laws being exactly what they are." Ron's voice was even. "Lucius Malfoy has apparently been in the minister's office twice this week." Harry absorbed this. "What does your father think?" Ron was quiet for a moment. "He thinks you're right," he said. "About the laws. He's seen what the bloodline restrictions do. What the non-wand practice penalization does. Our family doesn't have a lot of money, Harry, and part of that is because the legal framework makes it harder to practice certain kinds of magic commercially without a guild license, and the guild licenses are controlled by old families," Harry said. "Old families," Ron confirmed. "Malfoy's family. Others." Harry looked at his notebook, open to the documentation summary. Hermione's careful legal architecture spread across 12 pages. He thought about what Ragnarok had said about people who benefited from the current laws. He thought about the specific calculation of someone like Lucius Malfoy, who had built his influence on systems that were now being questioned at a foundational level. "He'll come at it legally first," Harry said. "Contest the provisional majority status. Challenge Gringotts's right to file the seat application. Question the documentation standing." He looked at Ron. "None of those challenges will succeed because Ragnarok is meticulous, but they'll delay and they'll generate noise." "And if that doesn't work?" Ron asked. Harry thought about the surveillance charm in Diagon Alley. The grey-cloaked figure in the passage. The watchers who have been watching since at least '86. "Then it gets less procedural," he said. "Which is fine. Procedural is the terrain I prefer, but I'm not limited to it." Ron looked at him for a moment. "You're really not scared of any of this?" "I'm appropriately cautious about specific risks," Harry said. "But scared?" "No. Lucius Malfoy is a man with money and influence operating inside a system. I'm someone who can read the foundations of that system and has documented evidence that it's wrong." He met Ron's eyes. If he wants to make this a fight about the law, he's chosen the wrong opponent. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, "My dad wants to know if there's anything he can do. Officially. He has some standing in magical law enforcement." Harry looked at him steadily. "Ask him to pull Sirius Black's case file," he said. "Just pull it. Don't act on anything yet. Just get it in front of eyes that will read it properly." Ron blinked. "Sirius Black. He's the one in Azkaban." He was put there without a trial," Harry said. 10 years ago. No conviction. No hearing." Ron's expression went through several phases. His father was in law enforcement. Ron understood, in the specific way of someone who had grown up hearing the profession discussed at the dinner table, what no trial meant. "That's not legal," he said. "No," Harry said. "It isn't." Ron stood up with the energy of someone who has a new task and a clear direction. "I'll write him tonight," he said. Then, pausing, "Harry. The session on the 19th. What's actually going to happen?" Harry leaned back in his chair and looked up at the vaulted library ceiling, the enchanted lamps, the rows of books that Ravenclaw had built this room to hold at 60% of its potential for 800 years. "Something will change," he said. "I don't know exactly what shape it takes yet. It depends on how many people in that room are willing to read the evidence rather than protect what they've built on top of it. And Malfoy will oppose it loudly and well. He's not stupid." A pause. "His son isn't stupid either." Ron looked at him. "You've been talking to Draco?" "Occasionally. In corridors." "Yes. Ron stopped. "What are you doing there, exactly?" Harry thought about the clockspring rune of Draco's worldview, the specific quality of something tightly wound that was beginning to understand it needed more room than it had. He thought about a boy who had asked what happens to your version of things if someone like me doesn't fit into it and been bothered by the question ever since. "I'm being patient," Harry said. Ron gave him the look of someone who has decided not to ask further questions on a particular topic tonight. "Right," he said. "Good night, then." "Good night, Ron." Ron left. Harry turned back to his notebook, opened it to a fresh page, and began writing the cover letter for the Wisengamot submission. He wrote it in plain, clear English, without legal jargon and without condescension. He stated what the documentation showed. He explained what it meant. He named the laws that needed changing and the people they were hurting and the runic evidence that showed why the legal basis for them was unsound. He wrote it the way he'd been taught to read, directly, without imposition, following what was actually there rather than what he'd been told to expect. He finished at midnight. He read it back. He changed 3 words. Then he sealed it with the Potter family seal, the authentication rune he'd learned from the vault door, warm and gold and 600 years of people who'd been working toward this without knowing that's what they were doing, and set it on top of Hermione's documentation and his own runic analysis. 47 pages. One foundational challenge. December 19th. Harry put out the lamp and went to bed. Chapter 6, Rewriting the Foundation. The Ministry of Magic existed underground, which Harry thought said something interesting about institutional psychology. He'd arrived via the visitors' entrance on a grey December morning, the 19th, the winter Wisengamot session, with Hermione's documentation in his expanded trunk and his wand in his sleeve and the Potter family seal on his formal robes, which McGonagall had sourced from the school's rarely opened formal wardrobe with an expression of someone completing a task they found both necessary and oddly moving. She'd adjusted the collar herself, the way Hermione's mother had adjusted her collar on platform 9 3/4, and said nothing about it, and Harry had let her. Dumbledore had arranged the flue access. He hadn't offered to come. Harry hadn't asked him to. They'd had a brief conversation that morning over tea in the headmaster's office where Dumbledore had said, "The session will be hostile in several directions at once," and Harry had said, "I know," and Dumbledore had said, "I'll be available by Patronus if necessary," and Harry had said, "I know," again, and Dumbledore had looked at him with the expression he'd been developing over the past 6 weeks, the one that was simultaneously proud and deeply unsettled and working very hard to be all right with both. The ministry atrium was grand in the specific way of institutions that want you to feel the weight of them. The golden fountain, the soaring ceiling, the precise arrangement of everything to communicate permanence and authority. Harry walked through it and read the ward structure as he went: ministry standard, competent, institutional, the magical equivalent of office furniture, and took the lift down to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement level and then down further to the Wisengamot chamber. Ragnarok had sent a goblin representative, which Harry had expected. What he hadn't expected was the representative being Griphook, who met him at the lift with a leather document case and the specific goblin expression that communicated professional satisfaction. "The application stands uncontested," Griphook said, by way of greeting. Malfoy's legal team filed 4 separate challenges. All 4 were dismissed this morning by the Wisengamot clerk on the grounds that the Ancient and Honorable Estate Act has not been amended since 1623 and the precedents are unambiguous. "Good," Harry said. Ragnarok timed the filing well. "The director times things precisely," Griphook said, with the tone of someone describing a physical law of nature. He handed Harry the document case. "Your seat documentation, authentication papers, and a note from the director." The note was short. "The original compact documents will be ready for your review in June. We have taken the liberty of having them independently assessed by a runic historian who confirms your hypothesis. The assessment is attached." Harry read the attached assessment as they walked. It was dry and academic and written by someone who clearly didn't have celestial perception and was working from careful conventional analysis rather than direct reading, but the conclusions were consistent with his own. The compact's foundational runic schematics contained 3 major areas where the original Caliph's testimony had been simplified during transcription into legal language, creating assumptions in the legal framework that weren't supported by the actual runic text. He put the assessment with his documentation. The Wisengamot chamber was a circular room that reminded him of Dumbledore's office scaled up enormously: stone, tiered benches, the kind of architectural authority that said decisions made here have weight. The benches were arranged in concentric rings facing a central floor, and about 60 people were settling into seats as Harry entered through the public doors. He felt the room register him. Not dramatically. Just the specific quality of attention that a room full of powerful and politically experienced people produces when something unexpected walks through the door. Several conversations stopped mid-sentence. Several didn't. He found the Potter seat on the inner ring, one of the ancient seats, the ones whose position in the chamber was determined by the age of the founding house rather than the current political importance of its occupant. It was near the front, which was either fortunate or deliberately arranged by Ragnarok. He wasn't sure. He sat in it and put the document case on his knee and looked around the chamber. Lucius Malfoy was directly across the ring from him. Harry had expected him to be impressive. He was tall, composed, wearing the specific stillness of someone who had spent years in rooms like this and knew precisely how much space they occupied and why. His rune signature was strong and structured and carried the quality Harry had learned to recognize as institutional power, the signature of someone whose influence was so thoroughly embedded in the systems around him that separating the man from the architecture was difficult. He was looking at Harry with the measured attention of someone who has been thinking about this meeting for several weeks and has prepared thoroughly. Harry met his gaze pleasantly and looked away first, for the same reason he'd looked away from Dumbledore at the sorting feast, which was that looking away first from a position of complete security communicated something more unsettling than holding the stare would have. Augusta Longbottom was 2 seats from Lucius, which must have been an ongoing social circumstance for her. She was exactly as formidable as Neville's descriptions had implied, the vulture hat, the ramrod spine, the expression of someone who had been attending these sessions since before most current members were born and had no patience left for performance. She looked at Harry once, with the sharp assessing gaze of someone who has read 47 pages of documentation and formed an opinion, and gave him a single short nod. He nodded back. Several other faces he recognized from Dumbledore's list. The ones who would oppose. The ones who might be persuaded. The ones who would watch and decide based on which way the wind was blowing, which was its own kind of information about them. The chief warlock, an elderly man named Abelard Crouch, not to be confused with his son who was apparently a ministry official, Harry had done the research, called the session to order with the specific authority of someone performing a role they've inhabited for decades and called the winter agenda. Standard business first. 3 legislative amendments, none of them relevant to Harry's submission, dispatched with the efficient tedium of professional governance. He listened and read the political dynamics of the voting with the same attention he gave ward structures, noting the alliances, the pressure points, the places where people voted with their faction rather than their judgment. Then Crouch said, "We come now to a matter submitted under ancient right of foundational challenge, by the House of Potter, represented by heir Harry James Potter, provisional majority status, authentication confirmed by Gringotts Bank." The room changed quality. Lucius Malfoy straightened almost imperceptibly. 3 people in the outer ring leaned forward. Augusta Longbottom folded her hands on her knee with the precise movement of someone ready. "The heir Potter has the floor," Crouch said. Harry stood. He was aware that he was 11 years old and standing in the Wizengamot chamber in front of 60 political professionals with a foundational challenge to several major laws. He was also aware that he had read the compact documentation and had 47 pages of rigorous analysis and 800 years of Potter family authority behind him and a runic perception that meant he was probably the most qualified person in this room to make exactly this argument. The 2 awarenesses coexisted without particular conflict. He looked around the chamber once, making eye contact with enough people to establish that he was here and present and entirely unconcerned about being here and present. Then he spoke. He didn't use notes. He'd written the cover letter, he knew the argument. He laid it out in the same clear, direct way he'd written it, the compact of elemental law, its runic foundation, the 3 areas of simplification during transcription, the downstream effects in 500 years of accumulated legislation. He named each law under challenge specifically. He explained the runic evidence. He did not use jargon. He did not perform. He simply, clearly, told them what the documentation showed. It took 14 minutes. When he sat down the chamber was quiet for a beat too long to be procedural. Then Lucius Malfoy stood. He was good. Harry had expected him to be good and he was, in the specific way of someone who has been making political arguments in rooms like this for 20 years and knows exactly how to frame a challenge to land where he wants it to land. He didn't attack the documentation directly, he was too smart for that, and the documentation was too solid. Instead he attacked the standing. "The chamber will note," Malfoy said, with the precise warmth of a blade wrapped in velvet, "that the submission before us rests entirely on the authority of a Caliphar perception reading as the basis for its runic analysis. I have no doubt the heir Potter's abilities are exceptional. However, the Wizengamot's foundational challenge process requires independent corroboration of any runic assessment used as legal evidence. A single practitioner's perceptual testimony, however gifted, does not constitute the evidentiary standard required to challenge laws that have stood for centuries. He sat down with the timing of someone who has placed exactly the argument they wanted to place. Harry stood again. The submission includes an independent assessment by runic historian Dr. Ilara Voss, conducted from primary compact documentation held in trust by Gringotts Bank, he said. Her analysis, conducted through conventional runic methodology, reaches the same conclusions as mine through a different analytical route. Both assessments are in the documentation. The corroboration requirement is met. He sat back down. Malfoy's expression did something extremely small. A woman Harry didn't know, second tier, outer ring, with the signature of someone who had prepared questions in advance, stood and asked about the practical effect of the bloodline inheritance law challenge. Harry answered it precisely. A man in the third tier asked about the implementation timeline for the non-wand practice amendments. Harry answered that precisely too. Then an older man, one of Dumbledore's list, a Lord Septimus Greengrass, whose opposition was described as ideological rather than personal interest, stood and said, with the genuine weight of conviction rather than calculation, the laws being challenged have provided stability to our society for generations. The heir Potter is 11 years old. What does he know of stability? Harry looked at him for a moment. I know, Harry said, that the families who can't access guild licensing for alternative magical practice don't experience the current system as stable. I know that the bloodline inheritance restrictions have produced 17 active legal disputes in the last decade, most of them in lower-income families who can't afford Wisengamot-level representation. I know that the Ministry's authority to classify runic documentation has been used 4 times in the last 20 years to suppress research that challenged the legal interpretations of major commercial interests. He paused. Stability is a word that means different things depending on where you're standing. Greengrass sat down. He didn't look convinced, but he looked like someone who had heard something worth thinking about. Augusta Longbottom stood. The room's quality shifted again, this time with the specific deference of people acknowledging someone whose tenure in this chamber predated most of theirs. She held the room with the ease of long practice and the additional weight of someone who had dressed for war and knows it. I have read the submission, she said, in the clipped precise voice Harry had heard described by Neville. All 47 pages. I have also had independent legal counsel review the procedural standing and the evidentiary basis. Both are sound. She looked around the chamber with the expression of someone who has been waiting a very long time to say something specific. My house will support the foundational challenge. On all 4 points. The room exhaled. It wasn't agreement, not from everyone, not by a long way. But Augusta Longbottom's support did something structural to the political landscape of the chamber. Harry watched several people in the middle tiers recalculate visibly. Lucius Malfoy was still. The specific stillness of someone who has run the numbers and found them moving in a direction he doesn't like. He stood again. Before we proceed to any vote, he said, I move to table the submission pending a full independent review period of no less than 6 months, during which the relevant laws remain in effect and unchanged. Harry looked at him. Under what procedural authority, he asked. Malfoy looked at him. A brief, very precise look, the kind that was doing significant calculation behind its surface calm. Standard Wisengamot Procedural Rule 7, Malfoy said. Any foundational challenge may be tabled by majority vote of the chamber pending independent review. Rule 7 applies to foundational challenges filed on the basis of new magical evidence, Harry said. The corroboration requirement distinguishes it from challenges filed on the basis of documentary review of existing foundational documentation. The compact documents are not new evidence. They've been in Gringotts for 500 years. This isn't a Rule 7 situation. A silence. Chief Warlock Crouch was looking between them with the expression of a man watching a tennis match where one player has a somewhat different racket than expected. I'll need a moment with the chamber's legal counsel, Crouch said. Of course, Harry and Malfoy said simultaneously, and looked at each other. Malfoy's expression, in that moment, was something Harry found genuinely interesting. It wasn't contempt. It wasn't dismissal. It was the expression of someone who has spent their entire professional life being the most prepared person in any given argument and is experiencing, with something that might have been intellectual respect if it hadn't been so thoroughly unwelcome, the sensation of meeting someone who is more prepared. The legal counsel conferred with Crouch for 4 minutes. The chamber murmured. In the murmuring, Harry became aware of a presence at the public gallery above, elevated seats, usually press and observers. He extended his awareness upward without turning his head and felt a runic signature he recognized from a distance. Severus Snape was in the public gallery. He filed that away and turned his attention back to the floor as Crouch returned. The chamber's legal counsel advises that Rule 7 does not apply in this instance, Crouch said. The challenge proceeds to preliminary vote on admissibility. The admissibility vote was 41 to 19 in favor. The 19 included Malfoy's 3 proxies and 16 genuine votes, some of which Harry had expected and 2 of which surprised him. He noted the surprises for later examination. The challenge is admitted, Crouch said. Full debate and final vote will be scheduled for the February session, pending the review period prescribed for admitted foundational challenges under, he checked his notes, the Act of Parliamentary Magical Procedure, 1847. The relevant laws are suspended pending final vote. Suspended pending final vote. Not changed yet. Not confirmed. But suspended, which meant that from this morning, the bloodline inheritance restrictions, the non-wand practice penalties, the documentation classification authority and the self-amendment contracts were all in legal abeyance until February. It was not the end. It was, very precisely, the beginning of the end of something that had been wrong for a long time. Harry sat with that for a moment, in the stone chamber with 60 people doing their own versions of the same calculation around him, and felt the specific weight of things being set in motion. Then Lucius Malfoy looked at him across the chamber. Not with anger. Not with the blunt hostility of a man who had lost a skirmish and was planning the next one. With something more complicated than that, the specific expression of a person who has just had a structural belief challenged in public and is choosing, in real time, how to metabolize it. Harry held his gaze this time. Not threateningly. Just steadily, the way you look at someone when you want them to understand that you see them clearly and are not afraid of what you see and are not, specifically, their enemy. He didn't know if it landed. He thought it might have, a little. He gathered his documentation and left. Griphook was waiting in the corridor with the document case and the specific goblin expression that communicated transaction completed. The director will be pleased, Griphook said. Tell him I'd like to discuss strategy for the February session before Christmas, Harry said. And tell him I found the timing of the seed application filing extremely helpful and I'd appreciate being included in the planning next time. Griphook bowed slightly, which was Goblin for message received and noted with approval, and left. Harry was halfway to the lifts when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned. Draco Malfoy was standing in the corridor. Not his father. Draco. In ministry visitor robes, which meant he'd come with Lucius today, which meant he'd been in the public gallery or somewhere nearby. His expression was the one Harry had been watching develop over the past 3 months, less of the performance, more of the person underneath it. The clock spring tension was still there but it had changed quality, the wound-tight energy redirecting rather than just pressing inward. I read your documentation, Draco said. Harry looked at him. How? Father had a copy. He was preparing his counter-arguments. A pause. I read it before he got home from whatever meeting he was at. Harry waited. The bloodline inheritance laws, Draco said, carefully. My father benefits from them directly. 3 of the proxy seats he holds, the families those seats belong to are in legal disputes that would be resolved differently under the amended framework. Yes, Harry said. He's not wrong that the current system is stable, Draco said. He's wrong that stability is the same thing as correctness. Harry looked at him steadily. The rune signature reading on Draco was different from any previous time he'd done it, the worldview crack he'd been noticing had opened, not catastrophically but genuinely, a window rather than a wall now. When did you figure that out? Harry asked. Probably, Draco said, with the precision of someone who has been honest about this only with himself until right now, when you asked me what happens to my version of things if someone like you doesn't fit into it. In Madame Malkin's. 4 months ago. He paused. It took me a while to answer it. What's the answer? Harry asked. Draco was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, it was with the specific quality of someone saying a hard true thing for the first time. The version of things I was given doesn't have room for someone like you. Which means it's incomplete. He looked at Harry directly. That's a problem. Harry thought about the Sorting Hat's 1,000-year question. About the library running at 60%. About the vault door's 600-year conversation. About the way things that were built wrong didn't usually announce themselves as wrong, they just ran at reduced capacity until someone looked at the foundations. You could talk to your father, Harry said. Not argue. Talk. He's not a stupid man. And the laws changing doesn't destroy him, it just changes his operating environment. Some people recalibrate. Draco's expression was complicated in several directions at once. You're being very reasonable about someone who just spent the last 6 weeks trying to bury your Wisengamot filing. He was doing his job as he understood it, Harry said. That's not the same thing as being irredeemable. He paused. Besides, I won the argument. It's easier to be reasonable when you've won the argument. Something in Draco's face did a thing it hadn't done before, which was almost, very nearly, almost a smile. Not quite. But the direction of travel was there. I should go, Draco said. Father will notice I'm gone. Draco, Harry said, as he turned. Draco stopped. When things get harder this year, and they will, the choice you're making right now matters. Harry kept his voice straightforward. I'm not asking you for anything. But the door is open, if you want to use it. Draco looked at him for a long moment with the eyes of someone doing a very large calculation. Then he nodded, once, and walked back toward the public gallery stairs. Harry watched him go and thought about compressed potential and locked grain and the specific long patience of things waiting to become what they were supposed to be. He fled back to Hogwarts at 3 in the afternoon and walked straight into an emergency. The feeling hit him at the castle entrance, a sharp wrong note in the ward structure, something recent, a disruption on the 7th floor that was broadcasting alarm through the castle's identity ward like a fire alarm going off in a quiet house. He moved fast, up the main staircase, through the 3rd floor, up to the 7th, following the runic disturbance with the focused attention of someone running a diagnostic. He arrived at the corridor outside the room of requirement to find Neville on the floor. Not injured, not physically. He was sitting against the wall with his legs out and his face doing something complicated and Trevor secured firmly in both hands, and beside him was a door that hadn't been there before and that had a runic structure Harry didn't recognize radiating from it in waves of sharp alarmed energy. Ron and Hermione were already there, Ron crouching next to Neville, Hermione reading the door with an expression of someone who has found something she wasn't expecting and is trying to catalog it properly. What happened? Harry asked, kneeling beside Neville. I was practicing, Neville said. His voice was steady but thin at the edges, the way voices get when something significant has just occurred. In the corridor. The basic shield charm, you told me to work on the gesture before adding the incantation, remember? And I was practicing in something, it felt like something let go. Inside. And then, he gestured at the door. Harry looked at it. He reached out with his awareness and read it. The room of requirement. The castle's most complex single ward construct, a piece of magical architecture so sophisticated that the ward documentation had devoted half a volume to it and still described it as not fully understood. It responded to need, genuine need, magical and emotional, and generated the appropriate space. But what Neville had apparently done was not trigger the standard room of requirement function. What Neville had apparently done was, Harry read it more carefully, was interact with the castle's identity ward at a foundational level. The let go he described was the compressed spring potential releasing, not just as a burst of accidental magic but as a genuine and controlled magical expression, and when it made contact with the castle's living ward structure it had resonated, and the resonance had produced a door that wasn't just the room of requirement responding to a wish. It was the room of requirement responding to Neville Longbottom specifically in a way that Harry had never seen the room do before. He stood and opened the door. Inside was a greenhouse. An extraordinary one, vast, warm, full of plants Harry could only partially identify, the air dense with the specific mineral richness of genuinely healthy soil. The light came from no visible source and had the specific spectrum quality of optimal growing conditions. The plants themselves were extraordinary, species Harry recognized from archive references as thought extinct, species he didn't recognize at all, and everything alive and healthy and radiating the runic signature of "this is right, this is where I should be." Neville stood up behind him and looked into the room and made a sound that had no words in it. Harry stepped back and let him walk in alone. He looked at Ron and Hermione. "What just happened?" Ron said, very quietly. "The castle recognized him," Harry said. "The identity ward, it doesn't just know who you are. The deep version of it, the one that Hogwarts was actually built to run, knows what you are. What you're capable of." He paused. "I've been working on that ward for weeks. The ministry overlay that was throttling it, I fixed the integration point last month. The castle's been running the full identity ward since then." Hermione stared at him. "The castle gave Neville a greenhouse." "The castle gave Neville what he needed," Harry said. "That's what the identity ward does at full capacity. It's what Hogwarts was actually built for." He looked at the open door, at Neville standing in the middle of an impossible greenhouse with Trevor the Toad in his hands and something happening in his face that was the runic concept of becoming made visible. It just hasn't been doing it properly for a very long time. Ron looked at the door for a moment. Then at Harry. "Can it do that for anyone?" "In theory," Harry said. "It responds to genuine need and genuine capacity. The identity ward has to read both." He paused. "We'll see." From inside the greenhouse, Neville called out. His voice sounded different, steadier, fuller, like a room that's been opened after a long time closed. "Harry. You should see these plants." Harry stepped into the greenhouse and looked around properly, letting his perception read the botanical runic structures the way he read everything, and felt a quiet, specific joy at the quality of what was here. Every plant was extraordinary. Every plant was real. "Neville," he said. "Do you recognize any of these?" "Most of them," Neville said, moving between the beds with the ease of someone in their native element. "This one," he touched a large-leafed plant with pale silver undersides, "is a moonleaf cultivar. They were supposed to have gone extinct in the 1840s. Sprout has a cutting she's been trying to propagate for years." He looked at Harry with an expression that was still processing the size of what was happening. "How is this possible?" "Magic," Harry said simply. "The actual kind. The kind that knows what it's doing." Neville laughed. The Real laugh, the warm one. Trevor made a small sound from his hands that might have been agreement. Harry left him there and went back out to the corridor, and sat against the wall next to Ron and Hermione, and thought about what the day had been, the Wisingamot chamber, Draco in the corridor, and now this. A day of foundations shifting in multiple directions simultaneously. "The February session," Hermione said, pulling out her notebook without preamble. "We need to prepare for Malfoy's counterarguments more comprehensively. He lost the admissibility vote today but he'll come back with something more specific for February. He'll try to challenge Dr. Vossa's credentials," Harry said. "And he'll have found someone to write a counter-analysis by then. We need to anticipate the specific runic arguments they'll make against our reading of the compact." "I can do that," Hermione said, already writing. "If you walk me through the 3 simplification points again in more detail, I can construct the most likely counter-arguments and pre-write our responses." "Tonight?" Ron said. "After dinner," Hermione said. It's the last day before Christmas break, Ron said. I know, Hermione said. We're going home tomorrow. I know that too, she said, and kept writing. Ron looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has accepted that certain things about his friends are simply true and not going to change. Fine, he said. But after dinner I'm also eating approximately 4 desserts and nobody is going to read runic law at me until I've finished. Fair, Harry said. Quirrell's situation had been worsening through November into December and had accelerated sharply in the week before the session. Harry had been tracking the doubled signature daily and the rate of change in the last 10 days was significant. The concealed presence was pushing harder, spending more of its own energy, which meant it was running out of patience. He told Dumbledore that evening by Patronus, which was the communication method they'd agreed on for urgent matters. The Patronus was new, he'd learned to cast it in November, because the celestial connection to intent made the charm more natural than standard, and what had emerged from his wand was something Hermione had described as not exactly an animal and Ron had described as gold, and kind of enormous, and definitely on your side. Dumbledore's response came back within 20 minutes, I am aware. I am watching. Do not confront it alone. Harry read that message and thought about several things. Then he wrote back, understood. But you should know the concealment is fraying. When it breaks, it will break quickly. The response, I know. I am prepared. He stared at that for a moment. I am prepared was a sentence that could mean several things, and he wasn't certain which version Dumbledore meant. He went to bed thinking about it, and woke at 2 in the morning with the specific clarity of someone who has solved a problem in their sleep and knows immediately upon waking what the solution is. He sat up in the dark dormitory, listening to Ron's breathing and Neville's and the distant sounds of a very large castle settling around him. The thing under Quirrell's turban had come for the stone. The stone had been moved. That meant one of two things, either it didn't know the stone had been moved and would keep looking, in which case it would eventually work that out and the situation would change, or it did know, or would shortly know, and would redirect to a different method of getting what it actually wanted, which was a body, a form, a way back. If it couldn't get the stone, it would look for another way to regain form. That was the nature of a soul fragment operating in a parasitic state, the drive to reconstitute overrode strategic caution, eventually, always. He was aware, with the cold clarity of 2 in the morning and a runic perception that didn't switch off for sleep, that the thread in his own magical core, the bookmark, the connection, was going to become relevant soon. Because a soul fragment desperate enough to use a professor's body was also desperate enough to follow the thread that connected it to the only living person who carried its master's mark. He was, in a very specific sense, a compass pointing toward Voldemort. Which meant Voldemort, or whatever was left of him in Quirrell's turban, could feel him the same way Harry could feel it. He thought about that carefully. Then he got up, in the dark, and went to his trunk and opened it to the compartment where he kept his most careful work, the ward schematics, the compact analysis, his mother's notebook. He took out a fresh page and sat at the small desk by the window and began to work, by starlight and the faint ambient glow of the castle's accumulated magic, on the specific problem of a thread. Not cutting it. He wasn't ready for that yet, that required the full compact documentation, the complete picture of the soul fragment network. But he could work on the other end. He could, very carefully, build something around the thread on his side, not a block, which would be detectable and would change the signal, but a dampener. A runic structure that would let the thread continue to function from the soul fragment's perspective while reducing what the fragment could actually read through it. Misdirection, written in the language of reality. He worked until 4 in the morning, drafting and revising, and when he stopped the framework was solid and he was tired in the good way and the sky outside was beginning to think about being light. He went back to bed and slept without dreaming, and in the morning he would go home for Christmas and carry all of this with him like seeds waiting for spring. But for a moment, in the thin early light, he sat at the window and looked out at the grounds, Hagrid's hut, the dark edge of the forest, the lake perfectly still and reflecting the pre-dawn sky, and felt the castle breathe around him, fuller and more alive than it had been 3 months ago, the identity ward running clean now, the library's grain still locked but mapped and ready, Neville's greenhouse glowing warmly on the 7th floor. Things had been set in motion. He could feel the momentum of them, the specific runic quality of change that has passed a threshold and cannot be reversed, only guided. He thought about what Ragnarok had said in August, "We have been anticipating your visit for some time," and thought about the compact documents waiting in Gringotts and the February Wisengamot session and the soul fragment fraying its concealment in the dungeons below him. He thought about a boy in a rosebush at age 5 and the world cracking open to show him what was underneath. He thought, "I'm ready." Then he went back to sleep, because he was also 11 and had been up since 2 and the train home left at noon. Chapter 7, The Language Beneath the World. Spring arrived in Scotland like an argument, tentatively at first, then with growing conviction, pushing back against winter with the specific determination of something that knows it's going to win and isn't in a hurry. Harry noticed it in the ley lines first. The ground-level currents warmed in March, a subtle shift in the runic quality of the Earth's deep magic, the foundational notation of living things reactivating after the slow winter grammar of dormancy. He noticed it standing on the Quidditch pitch after practice, feeling the aerial currents change tempo, and he noticed it in the castle's identity ward, which responded to the seasonal shift with something that felt unmistakably like relief. He'd been back from Christmas with a great deal accomplished and a clear picture of what remained. The Christmas break had given him Gringotts. Not the compact documents, those were still being prepared for formal review in June, but Ragnarok had granted him a preliminary session with the runic historian's full analysis, 3 hours in a secure room below the main vault level with Dr. Voss's comprehensive assessment spread across a long stone table and Ragnarok sitting quietly in the corner reading something else with the air of someone who is not listening and is in fact listening to everything. The analysis confirmed what Harry had suspected and clarified several things he hadn't. The 3 simplification points in the compact's transcription were real and demonstrable and had the specific quality of honest errors rather than deliberate manipulation. The original Caliphar had been working with 11 people who were trying to translate perceptual experience into legal language and had gotten close but not quite right in 3 significant places. Nobody's fault, in the way that translation errors across languages of entirely different natures are nobody's fault. But the downstream consequences had been accumulating for 5 centuries and the downstream consequences were what mattered now. He'd also, during those 3 hours, confirmed something about the soul fragment network that he'd been building toward since November. The compact's foundational runic text contained a passage, brief, almost parenthetical, the kind of note a very careful writer makes when they want to acknowledge something without making it the centerpiece of their argument, about the nature of magical cores. Specifically about what happened to a magical core that had been deliberately fractured. The original Caliphar had written, "A divided thing yearns for wholeness, the yearning is the weakness is the door." 500 years of legal transcription had rendered this as a footnote about the instability of dark magic practitioners. The original meaning was both simpler and more radical. A divided soul's primary vulnerability was the connection between its fragments. The yearning for wholeness was not metaphorical. It was runic, a literal thread of connective notation running between each fragment and the others, and that thread, while it gave the fragments coherence and communication, was also the mechanism by which they could be unraveled. Not violently. Not through confrontation. By working the thread itself, the connecting notation, and introducing a resolution rune at the point of maximum tension between fragments. The thread didn't need to be cut. It needed to be completed. A divided soul, given the correct runic notation at the point of connection, would resolve. Fragments drawing together not by force but by the fundamental tendency of divided things toward wholeness, their own nature doing the work. Harry had sat with this for a long time in that stone room while Ragnarok read whatever he was reading. Then he'd said, "The mark in my core is a fragment." "Yes," Ragnarok said, without looking up. "Resolving the thread network would resolve the fragment in me." The director's assessment, supported by Dr. Voss's analysis, suggests that to be the case. It would need the full network mapped. All the fragments, their locations, the thread structure between them. Yes. Ragnarok looked up. That will take time. The summer, perhaps longer. A pause. You are not in immediate danger from the fragment in your core. It is dormant in the presence of your full caliphate activation, a sleeping thing in the presence of a very large fire. Harry thought about Quirrell. About the fraying concealment. About the soul fragment that wasn't dormant at all, that was pressing hard and getting harder. The one in the castle isn't dormant, Harry said. No, Ragnarok said. It has a body. That changes things considerably. He'd come back to Hogwarts in January with the thread dampener runic structure fully drafted, which he'd implemented quietly in the second week back, a morning's careful work in the library, undetectable from outside, reducing what the Quirrell fragment could read through the connection to essentially nothing. From its perspective, the signal from his core would now feel like background magical noise rather than a compass bearing. He'd also, in January, fixed the library. Not alone. He'd spent 3 weeks mapping the knock-on effects of realigning the foundational grain, because in a structure 800 years old a change at that depth required understanding every downstream dependency. He'd produced a full schematic, walked Dumbledore through it, walked McGonagall through it, consulted Flitwick on the charm layer implications. Flitwick had been useful and extremely excited and had added 2 refinements to the realignment plan that Harry incorporated because they were genuinely good. He'd done the work on a Sunday morning in February, in the empty library before breakfast, sitting cross-legged on the floor at the location he'd identified as the misalignment's anchor point, feeling the building's runic foundation around him like the inside of something breathing. The fix had taken 11 minutes. What happened afterward took considerably longer to understand. The library didn't look different. The books were where they'd always been, the shelves were the same, the quality of light was the same. But the runic quality of the space was completely different. The knowledge amplification system, the enhancement Ravenclaw had built into the room's foundations to deepen comprehension and extend recall, to give students in this room a genuine cognitive edge, to fulfill the actual purpose she'd built it for, was running properly for the first time in 800 years. Harry had sat in the library for a full hour after completing the work, just reading. He'd been reading in this library since September. He knew what it felt like. The difference was enormous. Unmistakable. Like the difference between hearing music through a wall and being in the room. He'd gone and found Hermione and told her to go to the library and not told her why. She'd come back 40 minutes later and stood in the corridor outside the common room and said, "What did you do?" in a very specific voice. "Fixed the foundational grain," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. Her expression was the one she produced when she was doing something large inside her head. "Then, I read 20 pages and I remember all of them. Every word. Every implication. I made connections between 3 different texts that I'd read separately and never linked." She paused. "I could feel the connections forming. Like the magic was working with you," Harry said. "Yes," she said, quietly. "Yes, exactly. That's what the room was built to do," Harry said. She looked at him. Then she walked back into the library and stayed there until dinner. February's Wisengamot session had gone as planned, which was to say it had been complex and difficult and politically intense and had ultimately voted 44-16 to approve the foundational challenge on all 4 points, pending a mandatory 6-month implementation period. The 16 no votes included Malfoy's proxies and 11 genuine votes, 2 of which had moved from the admissibility support column, which Harry noted carefully. Lucius Malfoy had produced a counter-analysis, as predicted, and it had been competent and specific, and Hermione's pre-written responses had handled every point it raised with the systematic confidence of someone who had anticipated the arguments and prepared better ones. After the vote, in the corridor outside the chamber, Lucius Malfoy had walked past Harry without acknowledging him. Harry had watched him go and read the rune signature with careful attention. The clock spring quality was still there, tighter now, the structure of a man whose operating environment had shifted under him and was recalibrating under pressure. 2 weeks later, Draco Malfoy had sat next to Harry at breakfast. Not at the Gryffindor table. In the library. Just sat down at the same table and opened a book and worked in silence for 40 minutes and then said, "The Quidditch pitch lay convergence. How does it work?" And Harry had explained it, straightforwardly, and they'd talked about aerial magical theory for 20 minutes before Draco gathered his books and left without ceremony. He'd come back the following week. And the week after. Harry hadn't mentioned it to anyone. He didn't need to. The evening of April 19th, Harry was on the Quidditch pitch alone after practice. The team had gone in for dinner and he'd stayed, because the aerial ley lines were doing something interesting in the early evening. The spring warming had reached a specific stage where the ground and aerial currents were resyncing after the winter decoupling, and the brief period of resynchronization produced runic patterns he'd never seen before and was cataloging carefully. He was 50 feet up, hovering in the convergence point over the center of the pitch, notebook propped on his knee, writing rune notation with his wand hand while his left hand held the broom, when he felt the doubled signature change. It happened suddenly. The change was not subtle, not the gradual fraying he'd been tracking since January, but a sharp structural collapse. The concealment ward Quirrell had been maintaining going from functional to gone in the time it took Harry to register the change. He pocketed the notebook, wheeled the broom, and dropped from 50 feet in controlled acceleration, reading the castle's ward structure as he descended with the focused attention of someone running multiple analyses simultaneously. The doubled signature was moving, Quirrell, walking fast, 7th floor, east corridor, northwest staircase from there, not toward the 3rd floor corridor. Different direction. Toward the room of requirement. Neville was up there. Harry landed running, left the broom at the pitch edge, and moved through the castle's ground entrance at a pace that was not running only because running in corridors attracted attention, and attracting attention right now was a specific kind of counterproductive. He took the fastest route he knew. He'd memorized the castle's optimal movement paths the same way he'd memorized its ward structure, and arrived at the 7th floor corridor in 4 minutes. The corridor was empty. Neville's greenhouse door was open. Harry went through it. The greenhouse was intact and extraordinary as always, the warm air and mineral smell unchanged. Neville was standing at the far end near the moonleaf cultivar, and he was not alone. Quirrell was standing between Neville and the door. His turban was gone. Harry read the doubled signature in full clarity, the man himself, terrified and diminished, and the other thing wearing him, fully present now. The concealment collapsed because it had chosen to collapse, which meant it had decided visibility was no longer a liability. It turned when Harry came through the door. Without the concealment, the soul fragment's presence was like reading a text in a language you knew well that had been partially corrupted, recognizable structure, damaged notation, the runic signature of something that had once been extraordinary and had chosen to diminish itself catastrophically in pursuit of the wrong kind of permanence. Harry felt the thread. His own core's mark resonating toward the fragment the way a tuning fork resonates toward its frequency. The dampener held. Whatever the fragment read through that thread was noise. "Potter," said a voice that was not Quirrell's and was not coming from Quirrell's mouth in the usual sense but was present in the air of the room with the specific quality of something that had learned to inhabit spaces the way smoke inhabits rooms. "Good evening," Harry said. He put himself between Quirrell and Neville without making a production of it. Neville, behind him, was still. Not frozen with fear, Harry could feel the quality of it, the specific steadiness of someone who is frightened and is choosing, right now, in this moment, not to be governed by it. The compressed spring had released in December. What was standing behind Harry now was not the same Neville Longbottom who had dropped his match in Transfiguration. "The stone is gone," the voice said. Not angry. Assessing. "You advised Dumbledore to move it." "Yes," Harry said. "Where is it?" "I don't know specifically," Harry said. "That was intentional. I suggested moving it and deliberately didn't ask where it went." A pause. The presence in Quirrell's face was reading him. Harry could feel the attempt, the cold intelligence of a fragment looking for the signal it remembered and finding only static. "Clever," the voice said. "The dampening structure. You built it yourself." "Yes." "You're not afraid of me." "No," Harry said. "You should be," the voice said, with the specific quality of something that has said this before and had it be true and is finding the absence of that truth disorienting. "Probably," Harry said pleasantly. But I'm not. Quirrell raised his hand and said an incantation Harry recognized as a binding curse. Harry deflected it without the wand, without an incantation, by reading the runic structure of the curse as it formed and introducing a counter-notation at the point of maximum tension, the same method he used for everything, direct and fast and clean. The curse dissolved before it arrived. The presence went still. "What are you?" it said, and this time the quality of the question was different. Not rhetorical. Genuinely asking. "I can see what you are," Harry said. "I've been able to see it since September." The fragment of Tom Riddle that decided to take Professor Quirrell instead of waiting. He kept his voice conversational. "You're a divided thing. You've been dividing yourself for 40 years and each division has taken something from you that you can't get back by reassembling." He looked at Quirrell's face and spoke to the presence behind it directly. "The stone wouldn't have fixed that. The stone would have restored a body," Harry said. "Not what you divided away. You can't recover what was sacrificed in the division process by adding physical form. That's not how it works." Silence. The intelligence behind Quirrell's eyes was extraordinary, even diminished and damaged. Harry could see the quality of it in the runic structure, the vast capability of someone who had been genuinely remarkable before making a series of choices that had progressively reduced them. It was reading his argument the way a real mind reads an argument it can't immediately refute. "You've read the compact documentation," the voice said. "The analysis," Harry said. "The original documents this summer. The thread resolution method." A pause, and in the pause Harry felt something move through the connection, not what the fragment was trying to send, which the dampener was blocking, but the quality of what the fragment was experiencing. Something he hadn't expected. Recognition. "Riddle," Harry said quietly. "You know that's the way it ends. For all the fragments. Whatever you do now, whatever form you manage to return to, it ends there. The thread resolves. You'll never find all of them," the voice said. But the quality of it had changed. "Maybe not quickly," Harry said. "But I'm 11 years old and I can read the compact's foundational text. I have time." He paused. "More time than you do." Quirrell moved. Not the binding curse this time, something different, something physical, a lunge toward Harry with hands outstretched that had nothing of spellwork in it and everything of desperation. Harry stepped aside with the easy economy of someone who had known this was coming and had positioned himself accordingly, and the moment Quirrell's hands touched his arm he felt it, the specific runic reaction of a fragment making contact with the mark in his core that resonated at its frequency. He felt the dampener strain. He let it not collapse, he maintained the structure, kept the noise in the signal, didn't let the fragment read through cleanly. But he let the contact point stay, because contact in this direction was information and information was the mechanism and he needed to read the full structure of the thread while it was active. He read it in 3 seconds. The thread network. Not just this fragment's connection to him, the other connections, running out in multiple directions through the magical substrate of the world, each one leading to another fragment. 5 connections total. 5 fragments plus this one. The full architecture of something that had tried to defeat death by dividing itself into pieces and had instead created a distributed system of diminished things all yearning toward wholeness with the specific urgency of divided things. He knew the locations. Not precisely, not specific addresses, not rooms and objects, but the direction and quality of each thread. 5 directions. 5 fragments. He filed it. All of it. In the 3 seconds of contact before Quirrell recoiled from him with the specific violence of someone who has touched something that burns. Quirrell's face was doing something terrible. Not the soul fragments doing, the man himself, the damaged frightened professor who had been carrying this thing all year, finally visible in the fraction of the fragment's attention that had moved toward Harry. Harry saw it and felt the specific weight of it and did the only thing that was honest to do, he looked at Quirrell directly and said, quietly, "I'm sorry." He meant it for the man. The man heard it. Something in Quirrell's expression collapsed with the specific grief of someone who had not been addressed directly in a very long time. Then the room's door opened and Dumbledore walked in. Not dramatically. Not with a wand raised or power blazing. Just Dumbledore, walking through a door, with the quality of presence that someone accumulates after decades of being the most powerful wizard in most rooms. He looked at Quirrell and he looked at Harry and he looked at Neville and he took in the full picture with the rapid competence of an extremely experienced person and he said, "Quirinus." The fragment in Quirrell turned its attention to Dumbledore, and in the shift of its attention the man surfaced fully for one moment and looked at the headmaster with the expression of someone saying something they can no longer carry. "I couldn't stop it," Quirrell said. His voice. His actual voice. "All year. I couldn't stop it." "I know," Dumbledore said, very gently. "I know, Quirinus." What happened next was quick and not violent. Dumbledore's magic was a different order of thing from standard casting, not runes, not the celestial method, but the specific integration of power and experience and will that a genuinely exceptional wizard develops over a century of practice. The fragment tried to maintain the body, tried to project outward, tried to follow a thread it could no longer read clearly because of the dampener. Without the compass bearing of Harry's mark to navigate by, without the stone as a goal, without Dumbledore willing to let it simply leave, the fragment dissipated. Not destroyed, Harry understood that clearly. A soul fragment could not be destroyed by force alone. But without form, without anchor, driven from a host body by the combined runic pressure of Dumbledore's magic and the mark in Harry's core pushing back, it scattered into the ambient magical field of the castle and lost coherence. Gone. For now. Dormant in the substrate until something gave it purchase again. Harry would find the others. He had the thread map. He had the summer and the compact documents and Ragnarok's careful eyes and Hermione's 47 pages of methodology and all the time that 11 years of quiet preparation had been building toward. For now, gone. Quirrell sat down heavily on the floor of the greenhouse, between the plants, and looked at his hands, and said nothing. Dumbledore sat beside him with the ease of a man who has sat beside people in difficult moments many times. Harry backed up to where Neville was standing. Neville was looking at the moonleaf cultivar. "That's still growing," Neville said, very quietly. "Yes," Harry said. "Even with all that happening." "Plants don't really care about soul fragments," Harry said. Neville made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and an exhale of something very large. "No," he said. "They really don't." The weeks after April 19th had their own rhythm. Quirrell was transferred to St. Mungo's for treatment, magical trauma, the damage of hosting an unwilling parasitic presence for a year, which required a specific type of care that Madame Pomfrey was honest enough to say was beyond her facility. He left without ceremony on a Tuesday morning and Harry stood at the window of the dormitory and watched the carriage take him down the drive and thought about the specific courage of survival without choice. Dumbledore held a quiet meeting with the senior staff that Harry attended by invitation, which was McGonagall's doing and communicated something about the reconfiguration of the school's power dynamics that several people processed visibly. Harry gave a full account, including the thread map, including the 5 remaining fragment locations as directions rather than specific addresses. Dumbledore listened with the focused attention of someone integrating new information into existing frameworks, asked 4 precise questions, and at the end of the meeting said simply, "The summer, then. We work on this together, beginning in June. Not I will handle this. Not leave it to the adults. Together." Harry said, yes, and meant it. Snape, at that meeting, said nothing for the first session, which was his version of processing. Then he cornered Harry in the corridor the following morning with the specific energy of someone who has been thinking about a conversation for 12 hours and is done waiting. "The compact documentation," Snape said. "The soul fragment methodology. The thread resolution mechanism." He paused with the controlled precision of someone choosing between several possible approaches. "Is it reversible? The division. Can a practitioner who has can the damage to a magical core be reversed if the fragments are resolved? Harry looked at him. He read the rune signature with care, reading the specific quality of the question behind the question. I don't know yet, Harry said honestly. The compact documentation addresses the resolution mechanism. Whether the practitioner's core reconstitutes after resolution, that's more complex. It depends on how long the division has persisted and the degree of original damage. He paused. But the direction of travel is toward wholeness. That's the fundamental tendency the resolution mechanism works with. I think restoration is possible. I can't promise it. Snape looked at him for a long moment. The rune signature was doing something very careful and very painful at the same time. I see, he said, and walked away. Harry watched him go and thought about the specific weight of a question asked about someone else and answered about yourself, and thought that Snape was considerably more complicated than the dungeon performance suggested, and thought that complication was not, by itself, an obstacle. Exams arrived in June with the usual combination of urgency and anticlimax. Harry found them interesting rather than stressful, which Hermione found slightly irritating in the specific way of someone who finds interesting things interesting in a very different direction. She was nonetheless performing at a level that left the examiners visibly recalibrated. The library's foundational fix had done things for her that Harry thought were probably going to become apparent over the next several years in ways that nobody would immediately connect to a runic realignment on a February morning. McGonagall watched the demonstration. Then she looked at her clipboard. Then she wrote something. Then she put the clipboard down. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor. I'm going to need you to write that up for the Transfiguration Academic Journal. The methodology is in my notes, Harry said. I'll have a clean version to you before the end of term. She nodded. She picked up her clipboard. She put it down again. I've been teaching for 39 years, she said. I know, Harry said. This is the first time I have been genuinely uncertain whether I'm examining a student or a colleague. Harry considered this. You're examining a student, he said. I still don't know how to vanish a ferret properly. The directional control in the vanishing sequence gives me trouble. She looked at him for a moment. Then the corner of her mouth did a thing it rarely did in professional contexts. Practice the rotation in the intent structure, she said. Counterclockwise for most small mammals. It's counterintuitive. Thank you, Harry said. The Gringotts session was the last day of June. He'd been building toward it all year. The compact documents were exactly what Ragnarok had described and the runic historian's analysis had suggested, dense, ancient, brilliant in the three places where the original Caliphor had gotten it exactly right and instructive in the three places where the transcription had simplified something beyond recognition. Harry sat at the stone table for 8 hours with the documents and his notebook and Ragnarok's steady presence in the corner and the Gringotts lamps burning a clean steady gold, and read the foundational language of magical law in Britain for the first time in 500 years by someone who could actually read it. Hermione was in the antechamber working through the legal implications of each finding as Harry passed them out, converting his runic analysis into precise statutory language with the focused speed of someone who has been preparing for this specific task since November. The rhythm of it was comfortable and efficient and felt like the right gear in the right engine. At the 6th hour Harry stopped and looked up from the documents. The third simplification point, the one that touched the nature of magical cores and soul division, opened onto something none of the previous analysis had anticipated. Not a flaw in the compact. Something the original Caliphor had known and had written in the margin of the foundational text in the most archaic notation layer, the one below the one that had been transcribed, the one that was technically part of the runic schematic rather than the legal text. He read it twice. Then he called Hermione in. Read this section, he said, pointing. Not in translation. Just read what I tell you it says and tell me if the legal implication I'm seeing is the one you see. She listened to his translation, phrase by phrase, with the concentrated still attention of someone building a precise mental model. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. It's saying, she said carefully, that the original compact's authority to define magical law wasn't granted by the 12 practitioners. It was granted by the foundational runic structure of magic itself. By recognition. Yes, Harry said. Which means the compact's authority isn't derived from the consent of the practitioners present in 1453, she said. It's derived from the inherent runic logic of what they built. The building was recognized as valid by the language it was written in. Yes. So any amendment to the compact that is built in the same language, with the same coherence, with the same recognition, would carry the same foundational authority, Harry said. Not derived from the Wisengamot's approval. From the runic structure of the amendment itself. Silence. Harry, Hermione said. That means you can write new foundational law. He looked at the documents. Not arbitrarily, he said. The recognition mechanism isn't automatic, it requires the amendment to be genuinely coherent with the foundational structure. You can't just write whatever you want and claim foundational authority. The language has to be right. The runic structure has to be actually, genuinely correct. He paused. Which means it requires someone who can read the original text well enough to write in the same language. She was quiet for a moment that had a great deal of weight in it. Write what? She asked. He thought about it. He thought about the bloodline laws, the non-wand restrictions, the documentation classification authority, all of those were being handled through the Wisengamot amendment process, through statute and vote and the slow mechanism of institutional change. Those were already in motion. He thought about the deeper things. The things the Wisengamot couldn't vote on because they predated legislative authority. The assumptions buried in the foundational layer that nobody had questioned because nobody had been able to read them. The assumption that magical education had to work the way Hogwarts worked. The assumption that the wand was the primary and authoritative method of magical practice. The assumption that the categories the founders had sorted children into were the only relevant categories. The assumption that magical law was a closed system that could only be amended from within itself. He thought about the sorting hats question, which he'd answered at 11 years old and which the hat had been running for 1,000 years waiting for. What should I be sorting for? He'd said, the surface expression of things is not the same as the thing itself. The assumption that certain people are more inherently suited to magic than others, Harry said. That's the deepest one. Everything else is built on top of it. The bloodline laws, the muggle-born disadvantages, the systematic devaluation of non-standard magical practice. They all derive from a misreading of the compact's founding recognition mechanism, which was never about bloodline. It was about coherence. About whether someone's magical practice was aligned with the foundational language. He picked up his quill. Anyone can be coherent with the foundational language, he said. That's what it recognizes. Not birth. Not blood. Alignment. Understanding. Willingness to work with the structure rather than against it. He paused. That's what the compact was trying to say. That's what got simplified into bloodline in the transcription. He looked at Hermione. I'm going to write an amendment, he said. A foundational one. Directly into the compact's runic layer. Correcting the transcription error where it lives, in the foundational text itself, not in the statutory law built on top of it. He paused. And the runic structure of magic will either recognize it as coherent and grant it foundational authority, or it won't, and will know I got something wrong. The room was very quiet. What happens if it's recognized? Hermione asked. Then the downstream laws that rest on the misread assumption lose their foundational grounding, Harry said. Not immediately, the statutory layer doesn't just vanish. But the legal basis for the bloodline assumptions becomes actively unsound in a way that can no longer be papered over. Every law that rests on the misreading becomes challengeable on foundational grounds. Not by me, by anyone. By every magical practitioner in Britain who was disadvantaged by the misreading. Hermione sat down. That's, she said, and didn't finish the sentence for a moment. That's not moderate institutional disruption. No, Harry said. It's not. That's, the architecture changes. The whole shape of magical law in Britain changes. Over time, Harry said. Gradually. Through the statutory process that follows. But the foundation changes today. She looked at him steadily. Are you certain? About the runic analysis, yes, he said. About the downstream consequences, I've mapped what I can map. There will be things I haven't anticipated. That's always true of foundational change. He met her eyes. But the reading is correct. I've checked it 4 times. The original text says what I think it says. The transcription error is real. The amendment is honest. She was quiet for a long moment. He could feel her running the implications forward in the way she always did, systematically, rapidly, further than most people would get. He let her. All right, she said. Write it. He wrote it. It took 3 hours. Not because the amendment was long, it was precise and compact, 11 lines in the foundational runic notation, correcting the 3 simplification errors with language that aligned with the original calipher's intent and extended it, carefully, into the areas where the original text had been incomplete. He drafted and revised and checked and revised again, and Hermione read each revision with her full attention and asked the questions that improved the next draft, and Ragnarok in the corner maintained the pretense of reading something else and said nothing. At the 3rd hour, Harry looked at the final draft. He read it again. One more time. All 11 lines. Then he placed his wand at the point in the foundational document where the original text's runic schematic connected to the legal transcription layer, and he wrote the amendment into the compact in the same notation as the original, in the same language, with the same care. The recognition took 30 seconds. He felt it, not metaphorically, not as a subjective sensation of something going right, but as a literal runic event, the foundational structure of the compact reading the amendment with the same mechanism it had used in 1453 to assess the original text, and finding it coherent, and extending to it the same authority it had been granted then. The warmth of it was familiar. It felt like the vault door's gold recognition rune. It felt like Hedwig making a permanent decision. It felt like a rosebush and a crack of light in a 5-year-old's perception. It felt like recognition. Hermione was watching him. Her expression was the one that had nothing to do with impressing anyone. Done, she said. Done, he said. Ragnarok put down whatever he had been pretending to read. He looked at Harry across the stone table with the ancient steady eyes that had been watching things a very long time. The director anticipated this outcome, Griphook said from the doorway, appearing with the perfect timing of someone who had been listening for a cue. Did he? Harry said. He asks whether you will require additional vault space for the foundational documentation, Griphook said. Given that it is now an amended compact rather than a historical document. Harry looked at Ragnarok. Why did you know? He asked. We are in the business of knowing things with value, Ragnarok said. A Caliphar awakening at the changing. The timing was not ambiguous, for those who knew what to look for. A pause. We have been waiting for someone to read the footnotes. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Then, yes, he said. I'll need additional vault space. He paused. And I'd like to discuss the Goblin community's interest in the amended compact. Several of the foundational corrections are relevant to non-wizard magical communities in ways the original transcription wasn't. Ragnarok smiled. Not with warmth, with the specific Goblin expression that communicated genuine respect, which was something different and considerably rarer. June is a good month for long conversations, Ragnarok said. He was back at Hogwarts by evening. He walked up from the gates in the long gold light of the longest day of the year, through the grounds with the ley lines warm under his feet and the castle above him looking exactly as it had looked in September from a boat on the lake, enormous, ancient, full of light. Different, though. He could feel the difference in the castle's ward structure, the identity ward running clean and full, Neville's greenhouse warm on the 7th floor, the library's grain aligned after 800 years, the ministry overlay resolved and the castle's own magic finally running at the capacity it had been built for. Not perfect. The world was not perfect. There were 5 soul fragments mapped on threads he could feel running out in 5 directions. There was a man in Azkaban who had been there without trial for 11 years, and Arthur Weasley had pulled the case file and the case file was exactly as wrong as Harry had said it was, and there were conversations ahead that would be difficult and necessary. There were laws that were in abeyance pending votes and laws that had lost their foundational grounding and would be challenged through the statutory process over months and years. There was a great deal of work remaining. There was also this, the warm gold evening and the castle and the knowledge that he'd done something today that had been building since 1453, and that it was done well, and that the foundational language of magical reality had read what he'd written and found it coherent and said yes. He thought about his great-great-great-grandmother's daughter, the one who had recorded herself as the daughter of the 3rd brother and written in the most archaic notation. The Caliphor who comes at the changing will read what was written into the founding of magical law itself, and will find there what the founders mistook for permanence. They'd mistaken a simplification for a permanent truth. He'd read it and written the correction and the language had recognized it. The changing was happening. Not in a day, not in a year, not without difficulty or opposition or the long patient work of watching institutional change move through systems that resisted it. But the foundation was different now. The foundation was honest in a way it hadn't been for 5 centuries, and honest foundations didn't hold up the same structures that dishonest ones had. Harry stopped at the castle's entrance and looked back at Scotland in its June evening light. He was 11 years old. He had the thread map of 5 remaining soul fragments and a summer of compact documentation ahead of him and a provisional Wisengamot seat and a Gryffindor dormitory and Ron who was waiting with Chess and Hermione who was probably already writing a summary of today's work and Neville who had a greenhouse full of thought-extinct plants and an owl who had made a permanent decision and a notebook with his mother's handwriting in it, and 600 years of people who had been working toward this. Without knowing that's what they were doing. He was not afraid of anything that was coming. He was, if he was precise about it, looking forward to it. He turned and walked into the castle, into the warm alive runic breath of it, and the doors closed behind him with the sound of a very old building recognizing someone who belonged there, and the ley lines ran under the ground and the stars were beginning to come out over Scotland and somewhere in the deep foundation of magical law in Britain, 11 lines of honest notation were doing what honest things do. Holding.